Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Ninja Trader Live. My name is Jim Kigney, and I am Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by our Senior Economist, Tracy Shukar, aka Shy Girl. Shy, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, all.
And Craig Shapiro, a macro strategist extraordinaire. Craig, good morning. How are you, sir?
All right, Jim. Good morning.
Well, we have a lot of stuff to talk about today. There's some excitement in the elections, and there's some other pretty interesting news. I mean, the stock index futures are kind of just, you know, there. The bonds are kind of just there. We're going to talk about the Bitcoin for sure. And then we'll find out what other markets are moving early this morning. But let's start with the news, Shai.
All right, so up this morning at 8:15, we do have ADP, which will give us some insight into the labor market in the absence of non-farm payroll not being reported due to the government shutdown. So possible market moving in news. We'll see how that goes. We had some of the U.S.-China trade deal was formalized, believe it or not. So we had China speaking overnight. They said China will continue to suspend its 24% tariffs on some U.S. goods from November 10th for 1 year while keeping 10% tariffs. The Ministry of Finance said China will also remove retaliatory tariffs on U.S. agricultural products, including soybeans, corn, wheat, sorghum, and chicken. And U.S. President Trump announced that they will cut the fentanyl-related tariffs on Chinese imports and continued to freeze some of the reciprocal levies, formalizing some key elements of the sweeping Xi trade deal. Markets don't really seem to care about it at all, but we do have some sort of formalization going on. Good news on that front. We have Bitcoin shaken by long-term holders, dumping 45 billion. So yesterday, the Bitcoin fell almost 7.4% at one time. We dipped below the 100,000 mark for the first time since June. That's down more than 20% from the record high reached a month ago. We have recovered a bit, 1.7% this morning. But if we look at kind of what was offloaded, we have long-term Bitcoin holders have offloaded around 400,000 Bitcoin over the last month, which is an exodus of about 45 billion with a B that left the market unbalanced. And just over the last 24 hours, we had 2 billion in crypto positions overall liquidated in the last 24 hours. That is smaller than that crash that we had last month, but still a rather large amount. And we now have open interest in Bitcoin futures. Remains subdued, and option traders have been placing downside bets through put contracts targeting 80K. We also have with this, we have ETFs are facing kind of a rattling because the average cost basis in all of these Bitcoin ETFs is around $89,000. That's only about 11% below where we are trading right now. And so that could become a problem if we slip below that level. So definitely something to keep an eye on, particularly if you're involved in those ETFs. We had AMD reported after the bell last night. It was a beat, but again, this was another one where it failed to impress investors, even though it was a beat, and that kind of sent the stock down 5% in pre-market. So a beat, again, we've been talking about this where we're seeing some of these big tech stocks beat, yet they're followed by a pullback in the markets. We also had Super Microcomputer also reported yesterday, and they were a miss. And so that stock is also down this morning considerably. So that is the news overnight that we have had.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk. I mean, the Bitcoin futures and the Bitcoin markets, all the cryptos they're in the spotlight. They're so important these days, and they provide us with, an asset class or markets that are really, really tradable. You could believe in them or not believe them. It doesn't really matter. But they're a little bit different, right? They're not a commodity in terms of having delivery. the way we're used to it. They're not tied to the U.S. Treasury, so they're a little unique, but they're here to stay, and they're really good markets to trade. I'm looking at the micro Bitcoin right now, and we did have some, as Tracy pointed out, we have some buyers coming in, right? We were down over 7% yesterday, but we pushed back up a little bit today. We pushed back up again, and we're testing this kind of this low that we saw all the way back in June 23rd. Now, when you measure peak to trough here, high to low where we hit yesterday, that's a 22.1%, I guess, movement, right? That's a pretty big hit down. Is this and let's start with you, Craig. Is Bitcoin, is this a market that's going to have this kind of level of swings forever, where you get huge amounts of money in, huge amounts of money out, and just these huge swings?
Well, look, I mean, the volatility of the asset class has, come down over the course of the last several years, and so we've had more institutional support, specifically for Bitcoin with the ETF adoption, and we've seen flows, really all year, or at least since the inception of those ETFs, and we've had now these Bitcoin treasury companies that have raised debt in order to buy Bitcoin. Some more institutional support, more companies putting Bitcoin on their balance sheet. So look, I think Bitcoin is a real asset class, but look, it's still a liquidity indicator, right? I mean, it's considered still more speculative. Bitcoin's, generally, and crypto more specific, more generally than that. And so it acts as a kind of a liquidity fire alarm. And so when people are getting maybe a little bit more concerned about funding strain or collateral values or slowdown in the economy or data or some of the big cap tech stocks that are starting to stall out, you could trade Bitcoin 24 hours. You could trade crypto 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it's an easy place to get liquidity if and when you need it. And so I think that's what we're seeing here. And so look, the breakdown in the charts here, I think, is concerning for broad risk assets. And yesterday we saw some a pretty tough day for Nasdaq and for many highly speculative, non-profitable companies. We're down way more than the index, and so look, I think we're getting into a little bit of a precarious situation here, where the big beats in AI capex related names are not getting bought as aggressively anymore. We're still concerned about the economy and the slowdown and the shutdown and the labor market slowing down and sticky inflation. So I think you're seeing crypto, broadly speaking, as kind of the leading edge of that concern. And I think that's indicative of why the Bitcoin here looks like it's been breaking down.
So, Shai, on the retail front, is this a case where, hey, I got some extra cash now in my pocket, I'm gonna go ahead and invest here, and then, oh, I need that extra cash back out, I'm gonna take it out for the retail folks?
Yeah, I think that's part of it, because exactly what Craig said, you can trade this 24 hours a day, so it's in a very highly liquid market. That said, what is kind of interesting is what we have seen over the last month is some of these whale wallets, and we talked about this before, some of these whale wallets that haven't been active in a very long time, suddenly starting to sell some Bitcoin. And so I think that everybody's kind of keeping an eye on that front, because they're talking about maybe some of the conviction is eroding. If you're having these big wallets that haven't, that have just stored Bitcoin that haven't been active in sometimes years, kind of wake up and start selling some Bitcoin. So, just something to watch as well.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this isn't a classic squeeze situation, right? Where the big wallets are getting out, and they're like, all right, we're gonna come back in later, but let's push this thing down to less than 100 grand, and then we'll get back in for value. I'm wondering if that's kind of a long-term trade strategy that a lot of these folks are thinking.
Hard to say. I mean, I think what we do know is that the increased, institutional support and corporate support has been based on leverage, right? Companies are effectively levering up in order to buy Bitcoin to add to their treasury strategies. Many of these companies are in the Bitcoin space, and so they're, levered into mining for Bitcoin or, ancillary products of the industry. So they're double and triple levered on the price. And so what we can get into situations here where if and when the price starts to fall and those leverage ratios start to blow out, certain companies which have been trading at multiples of NAV start to contract, and now that trade at discounts to NAV, are they going to be forced to sell Bitcoin? that's the that's the dynamic that I think people are concerned we may get into if Bitcoin starts to fall here another 5-10%.
And if we look at like MicroStrategy, for instance, so their break-even price as of Q3 is approximately, we'll just round it up and call it 66,000 per Bitcoin. That said, for them to have a profit, Bitcoin price needs to exceed 118,000 to offset the fixed costs and ensure positive net come under his crazy accounting rules. So there are some, talk about leverage. There you go.
Yeah, for sure. Wow. Well, we're a long way from 118,000 right now. Good morning, chat. Appreciate everybody being here today. We have a awesome lineup today. We'll preview our macro guest in a second. But we do want to give a special shout out. So the first few to chime into the chat today, Engineer Bear, Paulie, Cooper, top three again, just about every morning. Thanks, guys, for being here. Appreciate everybody being here this morning with us on Ninja Trader Live. We have an excellent lineup all day long. Let's kind of pivot over. Mark in the chat had just mentioned, Mark from Northwest Indiana. Mark, good to see you. Just mentioned the U.S. dollar and Forex, and I'm just going to pull up a DX chart. This is dollar index for December right now, and I don't know, man, this thing is just breaking out to the upside. Craig, what's going on here?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of a Fed that came out last week a little bit more hawkish than people wanted to hear, which put a floor under yields, and so you have a yield differential story that favors a dollar. You have largely still a growth differential story that favors U.S. and the U.S. assets, given the AI, CapEx, and tech outperformance. And then broadly, I think as you have some more of this risk-off dynamics in play and some funding strain and collateral issues and banking issues and credit issues that are starting to brew under the surface, it kind of creates a little bit more of a risk-off flavor as well. And so I think the dollar weakness has been a very well publicized consensus trade, something that the administration certainly has been desirous of. And so I think we're starting to see some of the unwind of that, and the chart looks pretty good here. We do get some data today with the ADP in a few minutes, and then ISM later services ISM later this morning. And that'll be instructive to whether or not this dollar move can continue. I think if we get kind of an inline to firm ADP print, it's going to continue to make it more challenging for the Fed to deliver that December rate cut, which I think the market wants. But the dollar probably will continue to rally on stronger than expected data if that's what we get.
Yeah, and we're going to break for ADP news. It's at 8:15, right, Shai?
8:15, so about 2 minutes. And then we also have at 8:30, just adding on to the data that we have today, is that U.S. Treasury quarterly refunding announcement, and the announcement of what they intend to purchase for as far as duration. Consensus is it's going to be exactly what they have been doing, but it's always an outlier if they start moving into shorter term than they already are, because they have talked about that in the past.
Yeah, I preview the ADP a little bit, right? This is like the only game in town. Now maybe they're issuing estimated weekly data. What's going on with these guys?
Yeah, so they are issuing weekly data now based on the rolling 4 weeks prior. But this is their regular monthly announcement. Some people like ADP better because it is real time. It's not a survey, it's real time payrolls in a private payroll company.
The other thing too is that it doesn't capture the government worker stuff. It's only private payrolls, and so the one thing that to keep in mind is that we lost about 100,000 jobs at September 30th. From the federal government. Those were layoffs that were done earlier in the year, so that doesn't really get picked up in here. So if we're not, I guess the point is, if we're not really getting the private sector payroll acceleration, we know the public sector, federal government sector is contracting. It would be more of a concern.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So sorry. Prior was, I'll just go through this really quickly. Prior was minus 32,000. Survey is plus 30,000. We came in at plus 42,000, so higher than expectations.
Oh, let's see if we've got any movement here in the equity markets. Let me just shoot over to the even the S&P. We're just tracking south at 6,800 level. And as soon as my data pops in, I'll get an intraday chart on the screen here with a lot of lines on it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
little touch up in yields, right? Not unexpectedly. 2-year yield kind of grinding a little bit higher here, and 5-year moved as well. I think that's probably what to be expected, right? It
Dollar
was,
moved higher a little bit.
yeah. I think this is a data point that was largely expected, given that they've been starting to put out this weekly data. But again, it shows the difficulty I think that the Fed is going to have in saying that the economy is deteriorating so rapidly that we need to have a December rate cut. Now, this isn't all the data, but we're getting, we're not really getting the signs that it's a rapid deceleration, something that the Fed needs to address right now. For me, I think that's a concern because I think the economy is showing more signs of slowdown. We're seeing it across, various corporate earnings, that it's away from the tech sector. But with inflation still stickier than not, it makes it just difficult for the Fed to deliver that, that continuation of cutting.
yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Bonds actually sold off quite a bit this morning. I mean, I'm just going to go to an intraday chart real quick. We got stuck on R2, but that was all the way up to 117 and 28 30 seconds, getting close to that 118 handle. But that was it, man. That enthusiasm waned quickly, and we've been below VWAP and just kind of moving lower and lower and lower ever since. And you can see that 117.09 print right now after that release. This is the release candle. It's pretty big. So I don't know what the cash yields are right now, but I'm sure they're well over 4.66 right now. I don't know if you guys are
Yeah,
seeing that right now.
10-year is for 409.50, and 30s are, I guess, where are 30s? Too slow. 4.679. So, yeah, we moved a good bip on that. I mean, again, we know the economy is slowing. We know the economy away from the AI capex sector is slowing more rapidly, but the AI capex stuff is kind of keeping us together. It creates a predicament for the Fed, right? They're trying to use their one tool of interest rate policy to manage really what is a two-speed economy, a K-shaped economy where certain parts, wealthy people, cash-rich people, and AI capex related names are doing incredibly well, and lower rates there is just a continued boon for that, which will be more inflationary for the lower part of the K-shaped economy that the Fed is trying to help with lower rates. So they're in a tough spot, and I think the bond market here, with yields moving higher, kind of reflects that. And equities really look, we've come a long way. We're through earnings season largely here. Now with AMD reporting last night, Nvidia's in a couple weeks. That's the last one to go for really. But if we don't really get more momentum here, I think we are in for some trouble, because it doesn't appear to me that the underlying economy is showing really any signs of getting better, and I don't really think that we can see a rotation out of AI related capex into some other area of the economy that's going to pick up the mantle. I mean, what is the weight? What other sectors now do you really want to be in where you think the market earnings are looking better for 2026 versus 2025? It's more of a challenge to find that.
Yeah, and Shai, today's a big day. This is not talked about enough. We're going to have oral arguments at the Supreme Court for whether or not, these tariffs are legit or not, or at least a large portion of the tariffs are legit. I know we probably won't get an answer for several weeks later, but is it possible that we can get kind of a feeling for what the Supreme Court's thinking, at least individual members thinking, when we see what questions they're asking?
Oh, absolutely. You'll be able to tell what they're really looking at, maybe who's leaning what way or another, just by how they phrase their questioning. So it's definitely going to be something that everybody, certainly every economist, is going to be watching today, because obviously, if that decision is reversed, again, Bessick came out and said this weekend we have other tools that we can use. We'll use another section. I think it was 388 they could use instead. But, that just sets us up for a whole lot of chaos. And markets don't like that sort of chaos.
Yeah, you know,
Well,
it's interesting. I feel like we finally got to a place after this China trade deal where like the markets are comfortable now with the status quo of what trade is going to look like for the next year, right? And so you kind of now have reduced any volatility associated with policy that with respect to trade. And then now you're just going to potentially reintroduce volatility again. And so I think there's a view potentially that, well, if the Supreme Court removes the tariffs, that this is some risk-on bullish event for equities because tariffs are going to be eliminated and the money is going to be immediately paid back to companies and consumers. I don't think that's the case at all. I think the government feels very comfortable holding on to that cash, trying to find other ways to get to keep that cash, whether it's with additional tariffs or being slow to pay back to pay back the refunds. And we know the bond market has really enjoyed having that extra tariff revenue in there from the budget perspective. And so we could see a sell-off in duration and bonds if the tariffs go away. So it's not clear to me that reintroducing volatility and having the bond market sell off is a recipe for risk asset euphoria with the tariffs going away. Plus the way Trump has discussed this, right? He has basically said, tariffs good, tariffs equate to equity markets good and all this investment good. And the way he's kind of spun it is if the tariffs go away, the investments go away, and that's going to be bad. So I don't know. I think it's an interesting dynamic. I think we'll hear the questions this morning. I've been hearing 30 to 45 days for a ruling. So may make it the case where volatility for the end of the year stays a little bit more bid than not because folks are going to feel like they have to have some hedges on for
Just in case.
a just in case ruling that comes out, in the first week of December or before the new year.
well, not only that, I mean, is China, Mexico, and Canada going to be raising their hand? Hey, can I have my money back now? And what the U.S. Treasury is going to be running around saying, "Oh, hang on, I'll put a check in the mail." I mean, that's not going to be an easy process to unwind either for billions of dollars.
Yeah, I mean the tariffs are paid at the port, so the importer pays the tariffs. So the importer is the one that would be requesting, the money back. So less of a concern about the international stuff, but still, from just reading about the paperwork that's going to be involved trying to get your money back is going to be, very, very difficult. And we know there's a ton of, transshipment and other types of things that have been going on, and probably companies that have been trying to, evade tariffs in certain
Right.
types of ways. So who knows, right? But I don't think there's going to be like this $200 billion check back to the public from the ruling going away. I think it'll take a lot longer if it happens at all. And to Tracy's point, the government's going to find other ways to put tariffs on, if needed. I think they view this as paramount importance to their agenda.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So Shai, hey, let's who's our macro guest? Let's talk
So
about him.
we have Brent Donnelly back on. He is a favorite. He is president of Spectra Market. He's been trading professionally since 1995. Is the author of several books, most notably, many traders have read Alpha Trader. Stowe brought that up a few months ago. And so we are going to talk to him about macro markets. He's been involved in currencies, FX options, stock index futures, NASDAQ stocks, commodities, you name it, he's traded it. So we're going to kind of talk to him about what's going on in markets. All right now.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. He's been on before. He's an awesome source of great intel. So I'm looking forward to that. We also have today, the lineup includes PAX right after Brent, and then Kane and Leo are coming back. They traded the close yesterday. They're coming back again this morning to trade the open. Stowe is coming back for midday markets, and then trading the close is going to be Nick and Stowe. So that's kind of our lineup for today. We are going to have some news also here. Is it 8:30, Shai, or 8:45?
The 8:30, it's not news, it's just the Treasury quarterly refunding announcement
Okay.
will be at 8:30.
Okay. All right. We'll
Uh,
talk. We'll
but
talk.
I,
We'll talk. We'll talk about that later. Craig, thanks again for everything. Appreciate your great intel this morning. Looking forward to talking to you more later on this afternoon.
Sounds good. Thanks.
I almost forgot about the Edge report. I'm so excited to get Brent in here. Let's go to the stock index futures. Let's just see what the E-mini S&P is doing right now. I logged in this morning and there was really good volume. I was surprised. It was over 200,000 contracts, and I log in early. Now it's at 241,000. So the pace is slowing a little bit. But it was a good start volume-wise overnight in the Globex session. Just looking at a daily chart right now, we have this really classic retracement happening right now. You could draw a fib from several different places on here. I'll keep the chart clean, but needless to say, we got about a 50% retracement. Off of this low wick we saw on my China trade, red giant mega candle here on the 10th. We raced up, hit a peak. That bottom yellow line at 80, that 68.43.50 was last week's low. Moving averages are starting to converge. The 8 and the 21 is starting to converge right now, sloping downward. The 50 EMA is still upward sloping, and there's still some distance there, a long way away from price to that 50. And then look at the wick today. The wick today, this is a daily candle. The wick today has a huge, huge wick at the bottom, right? And it's almost a doji so far on the chart. So, buyers were able to kind of push us up higher after hitting those lows. And that low, by the way, was at 67.48 half. The stochastics are crossing down, but the cross down happened above 80, so I'm less excited about that. But it is kind of sloping down as well, so that's showing potential signs for weakness should that continue. Intraday, we have all sorts of great targets today. We have a capital P-shaped volume profile distribution so far with the point of control at the top here at 67.94 and 3/4. We're just launching off of that as we speak. And again, that Treasury announcement is coming up at 8:30. We have a JAX 1 level and a blind spot 1 level at 6,800, and you can see that's defined the top of the conversation pre-session in London during the London initial balance, and that's going to be an area where I'm even going to put a rectangle on. I'm so excited about that. Let's do that right now. This is going to be some fierce potential resistance, but a breakthrough to the upside gets us some other targets, right? We have JAX 2 at 68.20. That's that green line right there. We have the daily pivot even further up here, and that is at 68.25. Above that, JAX 3, 68.40, high vol level at 68.45. And then that 1 day max, should we get this a big breakout and a trend back up and a recovery candle here, that's at 68.68. So keep an eye on this 1 day maxes and 1 day mins. On the downside, 0 DTE gamma wall and call resistance is 67.80. And below that, we have that 0 DTE put support at 67.50. 1 day min down here should the bottom fall out of this thing, 67.35, easy target to get. And don't forget our lows weren't that far off. They were only about 11 handles off of that. So that's a legit target along with that S2 level as well. Let's pop over the NASI, do the same thing real quick. Get that daily. We're going to talk more about this with PAX in a minute, but I just wanted to pop it up. Again, systematically, this looks almost identical on a daily candle, even though we know the price action intraday is a little bit different. But 25,700, that's kind of previous last week's low. So I'm looking for some penetration above that to signal, okay, we're back. Right now, those moving averages are converging again. We have some nice Mentor Q lines as well at that 25,600 level on the upside. That's put support. That's that green line right there. That's a target for me. But then again, we'd be making new highs on the session above that blind spot 4, and then the pivot along with blind spot 2 up around 25,740. That 1 day max is pretty far away. It's above JAX 3. It's all the way up here. But then again, this market could move, so be careful. 25,907, give or take. On the downside, we have that 1 day min, 25,240, pretty close to the session low again. So that's very achievable too. Should we break below that session VWAP, and then S2 is a little bit lower than that. And lastly but not leastly, let me just pull up the Bitcoin. We talked a lot about this today. We're in the November contract, folks. Remember the micro Bitcoin. This is a monthly contract at the CME Group. Excellent, excellent contract. And I just want to point out real quickly here before we get to our guest, we have a really nice kind of double bottom so far. Remember, we kind of spiked through here on the 23rd of June. This is a long time ago, and we had a lot of activity happen since then. Some kind of, I don't know, deranged head and shoulders maybe if you squint. But now we have this 2 days where buyers came in at that purple rectangle, which starts approximately pretty close to that 100,000 level, and are pushing us back up. So we'll see if that's the line in the sand in the Bitcoin or not. There's a lot of intraday targets as well. That is this morning's Edge Report. All right, Shy, we're back.
I'm back.
Oh, what day is it? Is it like Wednesday?
So it's Wednesday.
Oh, man. Well, I appreciate everybody
All
being in the
right.
chat, the thumbs up, the subscriptions. You guys are the best. So let's get to the meat and potatoes today. Shy, let's get Brenton here. Good morning, Brent. How are you?
Hey Jim, good morning. I'm good. They're doing some renovations above me, so if you hear some death rattling noises, don't worry about it.
Okay. All right. That's not you like pounding the ceiling because your long
Yeah,
your long nazi position is getting
smashing my face against the keyboard. It's just some kind of power tool. Hi, Tracy.
Good morning.
Anyway, thanks for being here with us. I mean, I know you're a jack of all trades here, but you got a lot of firepower in the FX world. And let's just start with the U.S. dollar. The U.S. dollar, dollar index this morning again is ripping higher. It's been pretty resilient. We broke out of some longer term resistance levels now, and we're above 100. What's happening here with the U.S. dollar, and where do we start freaking out?
Well, you know what's funny is that really the narrative around the dollar since before the election has been U.S. exceptionalism up or down. So in, October, November, December, and into January, the dollar and the Nasdaq rallied together and the U.S. outperformed, and that was money flowing into the U.S. Then people freaked out starting in February and as the tariffs started and the dollar sold off and Nasdaq sold off. And now we're kind of seeing a weird discrepancy where the dollar is actually acting as a safe haven, which against things like Aussie and Canada kind of always makes sense because those are more cyclical and offense currencies. But it's bizarre to see dollar yen and dollar Swiss rallying like they have. And what I think that is that this, as you mentioned earlier in the show, the dollar down trade has kind of been like this core thesis that a lot of people have held since, I guess, around March or April. Now, ironically, the dollar higher thesis was super strong right before that. But, anyways, and so what I think you're seeing now is a final capitulation of people that have been short dollars all year and have just finally said like they can't take the pain anymore. So I think actually it's interesting. Like one of the biggest dollar bears also capitulated yesterday on the strategy side. So I think what this is really just like a final capitulation of like the thesis doesn't really make sense anymore. And the biggest problem with the thesis was that it was supposed to be driven by hedging by pension funds. And honestly, I think they actually overhedged in April and May, especially the Canadians overhedged. So really, you got no dollar selling from pension funds after May or so. And there was various reasons why people stuck with it, the Fed and global, money going outside of the US to Europe and things like that. But really, the thesis has just kind of sucked wind since April or May. Now, does that mean the dollar continues higher? I don't really necessarily think so. I think that if anything, what we're seeing is kind of like a textbook moment where people just finally give up. The one exception, I guess that's the most interesting is probably dollar yen, simply because Takaichi is trying to do this kind of Abenomics light thing. And there's this concept of the trilemma, which is basically that it's you can't control capital flows, the exchange rate, and monetary policy all at the same time. Like there has to be a release valve. And they're trying to keep real rates at -2% while doing fiscal stimulus. And so the yen is just trading super, super weak. And it's hard to know what's going to turn that. But overall, I would say we're in kind of more like the final stage of the puke for dollar shorts, as opposed to some big renaissance for the dollar.
That makes sense. Let's turn to the equity markets. Obviously, the big story, we had tech sell off a whopping 2% yesterday, but people are not used to that. Do you do you think that was just due to frothiness in the market and then we see this bid up again? Or do you see maybe we rotate into some other sectors that have kind of been lagging the tech sector?
So I think this all started with Meta when Meta's earnings came out. Hopefully some people read my stuff, but if you read my stuff, I was talking about that at the time because it's really interesting. In July, they basically said the exact same thing that they just said at this earnings. And in July, the stock exploded higher, and this time it cratered. And so what that tells you is that there's not an infinite appetite for AI capex with no return guaranteed. So what people are trying to figure out, obviously, is like, will there be a payback on the AI spend? And the question is getting more to the fore now as like OpenAI's commitments are above 1.1 trillion. And also, I think more importantly, we've flipped from all this spending from free cash flow to now it's involving debt issuance. So like Oracle's been trading really badly because their CDS has been widening. They're raising money in order to do this spending. So I think if you have a company that has a ton of FCF and it looks like the money's going to pay back, then they've done okay. So like something like Google or Amazon where the money actually benefits them through cloud and all that kind of stuff. Those things have done okay. But then something like Meta or Oracle where they're doing debt issuance to finance this, it's a little bit scarier. So I think it started with that, with the Meta earnings and the circularity of all these commitments and the size of the OpenAI commitment, which like some people you could argue is a little bit out of control. And then the head of Microsoft saying they can't deploy the GPUs because they don't have enough power. So that there was like a little bit of a narrative shift there. And then I think the real, so you kind of, for these corrections, you can either have like exogenous stuff, which is like narrative change or fundamentals or whatever, or endogenous stuff, which is just like you ran out of buyers and there's no more people left to buy from the last person that bought. And so the thing sells off. And I think that's more what you saw in Palantir and AMD. So you got like a beat and a raise and the stock going lower. And that's actually reminiscent of 1999, 2000, where in those days, there was a lot more guidance to the analysts. So very, very often the companies would beat by 1 penny. It was kind of like a running joke. So like Yahoo would beat by 1 cent every single time. And what you saw in 2000 was they would beat by 1 cent, and instead of the stock rallying, the stock would sell off. So I think it's interesting from like a more internal microstructure kind of point of view that like when Palantir's earnings came out, if you look at the after hours action, it absolutely exploded higher for about 90 seconds and then it cratered. So I think that's one big factor. And then I think the other factor is that crypto and all the momentum stuff has broken. So people do a lot of backfitting of narratives. Like there was this bullshit debasement trade idea, which to me was never a thing. But it was a justification for a high speed momentum trade, which primarily was in crypto and precious metals. And one by one, all those things are breaking. So like silver and gold broke, crypto broke a while ago. And then, and earlier in the year, crypto led the NASDAQ. And I think that's what's happening now as well. And then on top of that, like the crypto narrative is just pretty bad right now. You have all the smart money, big whales selling. People are realizing the whole crypto treasury thing is a scam, which I think I actually said that on this show last time, but that's been sort of like a hobby horse of mine, is that the whole crypto treasury thing, like MicroStrategy was a unique offering in that they provided leveraged crypto exposure when there was no other listed options. But now, if you want to be levered in crypto, you can just buy crypto with leverage. Like there's absolutely no reason to buy crypto treasury companies. And so you're seeing the contraction of the NAV or MNAV. And the interesting thing is that you actually get to a point where these things can trade below NAV, and then it's in their interest actually to sell the crypto and to buy back stock. Or like if something trades at 0.75, like 75% of the value of the crypto that they own, it would be worth it for Buffett to come in and just buy the thing and sell all the crypto. So it's very, very pro-cyclical. And so when the premiums are expanding, they issue stock and buy crypto. But now the premiums are collapsing, and that's pretty bad for crypto. So I think that also has hurt sentiment. So to me, I think it's a confluence of the narrative has shifted in that, trees don't grow to the sky. And there's been a lot of microstructure things that have also got people super nervous. So to me, like net, I think we're transitioning now from like a buy dips market to more of a sell rallies market.
So Brent, you mentioned gold, and let's talk about that for a second. I mean, from the peak to where we're at right now, we're down about 9, almost 10%, but we're still tracking pretty close to that in the futures market anyway, that psychological $4,000 level. So in my mind, that sell-off hasn't been as bad yet as I thought it was going to be. Are we just resting now and ready for a next leg up if the U.S. dollar correlation continues to be, the way it is?
Yeah, I'm more optimistic on gold than I am on crypto, simply because when you look around at the entire sort of suite of every single asset class, there's not very many safe havens left. Like if you look at bonds, depending on what you believe about inflation and all that, but to me, the Fed has completely abandoned the inflation target. Inflation's been above target for 55 months, I think, or 56 months, and even their projections have inflation above target, and they're cutting rates. So to me, they've abandoned the inflation target. So like that makes it a little bit tricky to be super bullish bonds. And then, like I said, the yen's not a safe haven anymore because of what's going on there. Real rates are super negative. And then the Swiss franc isn't really either because the Swiss National Bank's intervening. So there's this shortage of safe havens. And then you have like a lot of things other than that, like central bank flows and that in gold. So I'm more optimistic on gold. I think the problem was like I always read Wall Street Bets every morning just to get an idea of like, what sentiment is, what's going on, what are the like stupid meme things that might happen and all that. And an interesting thing as gold was doing its final leg was that people were screenshotting GLD call profits on Wall Street Bets, which was a new thing. And that was actually a pretty good sign of the peak. Also, I mean, if you just looked at any simple like monthly overbought and things like that, gold was as overbought as it was in 1980. So I think what that turned into was like it went from central banks buying and like this is a safe haven for like legitimate investors. And then it sort of became a little bit of like, I wouldn't say a meme, but it became a super hardcore momentum trade. And, like cocoa or copper or whatever, those things have crazy corrections when they correct.
Yeah.
But then in the end, there's just not enough safe havens in the world. So I think gold, is still going to be buy dips. I mean, the big breakout was way lower, like 3,400, 3,500. So, I mean, I'd be a lot more confident buying closer to 3,700 than I would here.
Got it. Got it. Shai, any last minute thoughts for Brent?
So yeah, I mean, what particularly, what kind of flows, what are you watching right now for, signs in any kind of market movement, and what kind of sectors are you looking at that may perform better than, say, tech is right now?
Well, I don't really trade that many sectors outside of tech just because like I find most of the action is in tech. So I honestly I'm not able to answer that in terms of like, rotation and stuff. I just don't really trade that way. Generally, I'm more directional, so I'm more like long or short. So to me, on the tech side, like the double top in NVIDIA at 211 is really important now because I feel like generally, so there's this kind of common knowledge that when there's a bubble, and you can argue whether this is a bubble or not, but whatever, there's this common knowledge that stocks only go up, and even in a bubble, you want to be long. And I just find that my experience in 99, 2000 was that the agnostics made money and the religious people lost money. So like the religious bulls eventually just held on forever and rode everything all the way up and all the way down. And the bears just got destroyed because it's impossible to risk manage, obviously, in a bubble. So my approach is more like to just be like a radical agnostic. And so right now I'm bearish and I'll be selling rallies. And then I would say, like, just to keep it simple, if Nvidia went back above 211, I probably would just say, okay, like this view that we're in a major correction for AI and tech is probably wrong. And in the meantime, I want to sell rallies, especially in the things that are more debt centric or less obviously getting paid by AI. So like Meta and Oracle are two obvious examples of companies where it's not quite as obvious that, you know, the free cash flow is going to pay for the commitments. And one thing that is really kind of a red flag and eye-opening is the way a lot of all these companies are talking about 2030 projections. Like there's no time when you're sitting there in 2006 that companies are talking about like their 2011 revenue forecast. This is a new thing, and it's a pie in the sky thing that's being led by OpenAI because they are committing $1 trillion of money on 20 billion of revenue. And so in order to justify that, you have to make some pretty crazy 5-year projections. So anyways, just long story short, I'm bearish for now. But like I said, I'll always be somewhat agnostic as to whether this is a bubble or not, because I think committing to being long or to being short all the time is just disastrous in this kind of market.
Awesome. Brent, we appreciate you taking the time early this morning to be with us on Ninja Trader Live. Your intel is always awesome as usual, so thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Thanks. Thanks.
Thank
All
you.
right. By the way, we have I put Brent's handle X handle in the chat, so he's worth it. He's a good follow. So great guest, man.
Yep, absolutely. Love having him on. Wealth of knowledge, and he posts a lot of great stuff on X too, so definitely go
Yeah.
follow him on the X.
Now I got to look at NVIDIA at 211. More stuff. Anyway, Shai, thank you very much. I will talk to you later on today as well. Appreciate this morning.
All right.
It's time for Tape Talk. We have the man, the myth, the legend. Pax is live. Pax, you're live, buddy.
Good morning. How you all doing?
We alls are doing good. I have to tell you though, you mentioned this, I don't know, last week or maybe the week before. You said I'm not going to be a buyer of treasury bonds until we get to 116.24, I think was your level. I put a Pax line in my chart, and we're a few ticks away, brother.
116.25, and I'll take a long there, and we get through 116.25. I'm going to get short. We have another point in it underneath 116.25. We'll trade. I just tweeted that out a little bit ago.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Just like listening to Brent and you guys talk. So underneath 116.25, then we trade down to. We've got the 100-day moving average and the 50-day. I'm sorry, the 100-day moving average and the 200-day moving average coming in the same zone. So I think that's where we're going to trade down to anyway, underneath 116.25. So it's worth a shot at getting long here because it's a quarterly pivot. Then underneath here, we trade down to 115.23, the 100-day, and the 200 days 115.15. So let's see what we're going to do in a 30-year. You know, everyone's talking about Bitcoin, and Bitcoin is the story. Craig and Farm and Tracy had set that up. Sarah had set that up pretty well. We talked about it on Sunday night. You know, the level I was looking for in Bitcoin that was very important was the 200-day at about 104 and change. And when they took it out, there were stops underneath the 200-day, and they crushed them. Okay, well, you know, kind of back hanging around. That's the story everyone's looking at, and it's just a little bit a little bit underneath that 200 day. So that what was gigantic support now becomes resistance. But I still think that for the broader stuff for us, for traders that are looking at capital flows, I think certainly that's the story, and the fact that it's bounced back. Now we have to look at the bonds, and the dollar's important too. Obviously, I've never really been a forex trader, and I never took the time to truly understand the correlated, the currency crosses, as Brent was talking about. The bane of my trading existence is I didn't spend the time to learn how to do that and to understand dollar yen and everything and how it relates to capital flows. But sitting here watching the bonds, I think, are going to be important. We sold off hard last night in the indices and found a low. Now we're back churning in yesterday's opening range in the S&P. The Nasdaq is still a couple hundred points below it. But
So
man, it's interesting.
going back, so Pax, let's just go back to Bitcoin for a second. We broke through that 104,000 level you just mentioned. And then we yesterday and so far in the global, overnight session tonight, we also broke down and we tagged that low that we saw back in June,
Mhm.
which almost tagged it. We missed it by a few ticks. That low was approximately 98,890. But that seems to be the area where enough is enough. It's time to get back in and buyers kind of step up. Right now we're trading between your 104,000 and that 98, 99,000 level right now. Is there I mean, you're pretty much short under 104 and long over 104, right?
Yeah, but for my I'm long a bunch of Bitcoin, and if we make it back down to uh, any, around 75, I'll buy more. And this is for my longer term stuff. But for a trade, it's going to be 104 280. No, I'm sorry, 104 260, and this now triple bottom at 90, 98ish, 99.
Yeah.
So that's going to be the trading parameters. You want to trade it like that while you're going to sell 104 280s and you're going to buy them back down at 99. And if we get through that level, you're just going to slap a stop on and get short. Bitcoin, it's got some more downside, and I think it really kind of depends. I'm not a macro trader, but it feels to me like it really depends on what the indices are going to do these next couple of days. If the indices start to sell off, and I don't mean from the opening range that we had, today's Wednesday, the opening range that we had on Monday in the S&P 60, we're 100 points below it, but man, we're right in yesterday's opening range. So all that liquidation in Bitcoin yesterday that snapped us back just under the 200 day, or just a little bit under the 200 day, that brought the S&P back to yesterday's opening range. So really nothing overnight has happened, even though we've got 263,000 contracts traded in the minis, which is, not huge, but it's good volume overnight. And
Yeah, no,
and Nasdaq
yeah,
too.
yeah. E-mini overnight has had some volume. It's kind of slowed down since I woke up this morning. I woke up. I'm like you. I wake up super early and do all my old man stuff. But you're not an old man, but I am. And so I do all my stuff. Walk the dogs and make the eggs and all that kind of stuff. But it's early. Listening to Bloomberg. I looked at the Ninja Trader mobile app and I saw way well over 200,000 traded already. And I was like, okay, we're gonna have a big day. But price, like you said, hasn't moved. Buyers came back in and pushed us back up to where we started from so far. So it'll be an interesting open right now with prices just sitting at that 21 EMA right now on a daily candle. But still, we have a target from last week's weekly low, 68.43 half.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's what do you think about potential of getting there?
Well, yeah. So we did yesterday. There is. I don't like talking in terms of support and resistance because most traders don't understand it. But there's a lot of resistance at 68, 41, 43, and 49. You got last week's low. That gap at 68, 41 quarter that filled yesterday. On the reverse, I don't like when we fill gaps like that, where we gap the gap and then come back up and fill it and then break. But anyway, we did, and now there's a lot of resistance in that level. So, and I told everybody in my group yesterday we got long spoos yesterday, and out of the opening range, and it was a really kind of an easy breakout. When we got up to 68.41, that's all that this is all that it needs to give us. It was a 15 handle rotation from it was a second 15 handle rotation, so two ladder rungs from the opening range, and so a 30-point rally, and all that resistance up there that everybody else is looking at. Take the money and take another look at it later. And if you're a reversal trader, you could have taken a short up there with a tight stop just above 49. I don't trade reversals, but it would have been a very nice little trade, both on the upside and then the downside. And if we get a repeat of that today, I would expect that we had, if we make it back up there, and the Nasdaq can make it back up to yesterday's opening range, which I think was like 20. Let me take a look. 24,000. 25,705. So if the Nasdaq makes it back up to yesterday's OR, and the spoos can make it back up to that high, then I think we'll flirt with it a little bit longer than what we did yesterday, to see if we can generate the necessary energy to get above that or back below it. I don't know. I would be more inclined to sell it up there than to buy it. Look, Jimmy, we've been talking in the S&P. We've been talking about my long-term target in the S&P being 69.80. We rallied up to 69.53 and change. Something like that. It's a long-term target, which doesn't mean that it's got to hit right on like these 15 handle rotations does. So is 69.53 ish? Is that close enough to 69.80? In the big scheme of things, yes. I still would like to see a market. I would still like to see the market kind of drift higher and trade that level, and then see what we're going to do there. And then kind of break from there. There's no doubt in my mind that we're going to see a lot of volatility, downside volatility, with some big bounces in 26. No doubt in my mind.
Yeah.
But I don't think we've seen the high yet. Now, 69.53 and change is good enough, I suppose, but so now you got the Nasdaq weaker than the S&P, and who's going to win, who's leading, I don't know.
Yeah, and you're seeing this has been the case, right? You're seeing these ebbs and flows where we have a couple, 2-3 week rally, a week sell off, 2-3 week rally, week sell off, and a lot of it's news driven, but we have the potential for some good news actually. We have potential for the Supreme Court saying, yeah, the tariffs are good. We have potential for the government shutdown to end. We have potential that the BLS is going to start releasing data that's not that bad, right? Doesn't freak out the markets.
Right.
So there are some potential for that good news, which can get that ebb and flow pattern that we've seen for, I don't know, a few years now, back to the ebb portion. That means the rolling back up. So that target is certainly legit. Still, we got a lot of time left in the calendar year. We're not done yet.
No, we're not. No, we're not. I don't know. I think that we have if we pulled up a chart, and we've talked about this the last few times we've spoken to, in 1999, 2000, I know that's going back a long time, but if you want to know where we're going, you have to know where we've been. So if you take a look at a chart going back to that time, we crept up, dreaded creeping rally like now, dreaded creeping rally, and then we started to have a lot of volatility, and then would shoot up and make a new high. Volatility, shoot up and make a new high. So people started to get really crazy. People started to think, oh, God, that's the high, and then we turn around and rally 15% in the NASDAQ and make a new high. I don't think that we got that kind of volatility, but that's what I think that we see now going into the end of the year. We see a bottom put in, drifting, everybody gets lulled into buying every break again, and then we make a high, and the rip sellers come out and they start picking a top, and they capitalize on it too. So you've got one side or the other that's about to get run over when the shit starts rolling, and the shit's going to start rolling. Uphill, downhill, whatever hill it's going to roll down, it's going to roll. Yeah. And a lot of people are going to get destroyed in it.
Yeah. No, for sure. The difference between here and the Bitcoin is, I'm advising my young kids, hey, every paycheck, throw a few $100 into your long-term investment account. Buy just invest in a broad-based large cap stock index fund for your whole
Yeah.
life. Just keep throwing it in. So and I'm not the only guy advising people to do that. And we have contributions from your companies as well. And as that doesn't stop, that cash flow in doesn't stop. And the Bitcoin's a different thing. You have a discretion on whether or not you're going to fund it this month or not.
Yeah, well, my 20-year-old son, my 20-year-old son, who's a junior in college, a baseball player in college, calls me yesterday and said, "Dad, should I buy more Bitcoin?" No, no, not yet. Your risk is too great. You got to wait until around, like the prices we talked about, 75, 80. But when your 20-year-old son and your Uber driver and everybody else is asking you whether or not you should be buying Bitcoin, I think I think it's a little bit of a crowded trade. So
You're right. You're right. You're right for sure. For sure. Anyway, Pax, we're up against time, man. I enjoy talking to you. I'm so happy that I get to talk to you today. I do want to mention it's so awesome that your son's playing baseball in college. It's to make that from high school to college to be a student athlete. That's building even better character, and it's hard to do, right? It's hard to be an athlete and do your studies at the same time. So hats off to him. Congratulations on
well,
that.
not only that, that kid is going to be he's going to be a great trader. My three younger kids all want to be traders, and Gabriel's going to be a great one because he's a pitcher. So to be an effective high school pitcher, college pitcher, and he pitched on the state champion 2 year running state championship team at Brother Rice High School. You have to learn how to fail. And if you want to be a good trader, you have to know how to fail. You throw a perfect pitch and somebody hits a bomb, a 3-run home run bomb, or you get a guy who makes an error and there's errors all over the place and they become what do you call it? Like cancer spreads. What is that? That's
Metastasize.
yeah, it metastasizes. Everybody contagious. So more errors happen. Well, what are you going to do? You're going to buckle under that pressure. You're going to start pressing, or you're just going to do your job.
Yeah.
You're going to look for your next pitch, and you're going to make the next pitch, and that's all you need to worry about, not the result. You worry about your process, and you worry about your job. You do it, and stop worrying about the result, and that will keep you in this business. All of you traders, focus on your process. Don't focus on your result, and don't fucking trade your result. You will destroy yourself in the long run.
That's a gold nugget from Pax, everybody. Pax, appreciate you, man.
Thank you,
Looking
guys.
forward to talk to you again. Love you. You are the best.
Love you too, Jimmy. I'll see you all Friday morning.
All right. All right. It is time to trade the open with our two heavyweights. We have Trader Kane and Leo the Big Cat. Good morning. Did I say trade the open or did I say trade the close?
You said the open.
I don't really know. We're trading.
Yeah, we're trading something.
It's deja vu. You guys were here. You guys closed the show out beautifully yesterday. You're back early in the morning. Appreciate you guys being here. How you guys feeling?
Leo, how are you feeling?
I'm rested. I'm looking at the that gold trade that we talked about. Taking out yesterday's low and then getting long. And I'm just regretting the fact that I wasn't up. For to put that trade on.
Yeah, literally did it right at the close around that 7:30 mark. It was kind of, we were long yesterday. We got that tiny little squeeze, and then it just took the low and it gave us the real move that we wanted. So I'm good though. I tried to get long on gold on this pullback, and it got me at 6:30. Not for a loss, but for a break even, and now it's starting to run. So indices look pretty bullish as well. They did the same thing overnight, took out a low, kind of reclaimed, took out some good liquidity, and now looking just making a beeline for higher as we approached into the open. So I think it's going to be a good day of trading. To be honest, I've got good expectations.
Very nice.
Yeah, I was encouraged with the volume overnight so far. Usually when you get these decent volume nights and not really any massive amount of news, that means that folks are they're gaming for bear today, and there's going to be some volume kicking in here on a lot of these markets.
Yeah, I love it when we like V-shape during Asia and then just retest 50% of that V-shape and now pulling out of it. It's like a really clean setup and a strong setup for, I guess, a bullish continuation out of this low, especially on NQ. And I mean, as Pax mentioned, ES is already back at yesterday's open, so it's it's definitely going to make for an interesting day. But we'll see. I have high expectations sometimes and barely disappointed. But all eyes on gold for me. I think it just goes higher right now. Um, just trying to find a spot, buying dips right now on gold.
Got it. Got it. Makes sense. And Leo, if you're not tired, that means the baby's sleeping. You're doing good then, huh?
Yeah, we're transitioning her to a sleep suit, if you know what that is.
No.
It's basically like if you wrapped a blanket and then put a zipper on them, like a zippered blanket that has armholes.
Yeah.
Um, that's what we're transitioning her to
So literally,
from
she
a.
can't move.
No, she can. She has full arm movement, which
Oh,
is the hardest part because she still has like that startle reflex, but
yeah.
um, that's kind of where we're at now.
Hmm.
She slept well last night.
I remember. I mean, I was the swaddle champion.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Same, same. Dads are famously the best swaddlers, just so you know. That's a statistic.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. No doubt about it. My little one, my second boy, he was not a good sleeper and when he was a baby. So whenever he was in the car seat though, driving around, he'd fall asleep and we'd bring him in the house and leave him in the car seat. If we had, if he was sleeping in there and it was time to put him in his crib, leave him in the car seat.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
asleep, baby.
Why risk it?
Why risk it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh man.
we've done that. Uh, yeah, it's tough. I feel worse. I feel bad for my wife. It's just like the baby is a mommy's baby. She doesn't want to be held by anyone else,
Yeah.
and it's just like, what can I do to help? What I'm doing is basically like me, my son and I are just we're getting into um, some sports like video game stuff now. So he's old enough where he can enjoy like we got like a NASCAR racing game,
Yeah.
and he's got a Nintendo Switch, and I ordered some wheels, right? So you can plug in your controller into like a wheel, and now we're driving.
Yeah.
So we're gonna race some NASCAR later today.
Nice. Nice.
Yep.
Nice. And Leo, you're free to share charts whenever you want.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So are you in a trade right now?
I'm not. No.
Okay. All right, gentlemen. Well, appreciate you guys being here. Appreciate everybody in the chat. Appreciate everybody listening or viewing from wherever you're at on God's green earth. Appreciate the thumbs up. These guys are going to be working hard for you guys, and the subscriptions have been awesome. We love the subscriptions, so thank you for participating with Ninja Trader Live. You are the best. Having said all that, I'm gonna dip into the chat, as they say, and wish my good friend Leo and Kane the best of luck this morning.
Thank you, brother. Have a good day.
All right, you too.
See you, Jim.
Deja vu. We're here. We're back.
We are so back.
So back. Just
Not
we
even hours later.
40
Look at
points
this
later.
rally in gold.
Yeah.
What is going on?
I mean, we called it yesterday. I mean, the trade yesterday, it would have been nice to get some of this rally into the close, but
Yeah,
they just really wanted to close it lower and literally buy the low and send it. Because I mean, this low is what, 2 points, which is
yeah. I mean,
crazy.
it's literally just like they swept the low and reclaimed,
Yeah.
immediately, and then just rallied it all night.
Yeah.
But that's trading, and I don't trade in the evenings. I have other more important things to worry about, so I get to miss out on these opportunities.
Yeah. I mean, also, this is just crazy, right? Like, it, the Asia session will move, but sometimes it's like a hit or miss. Sometimes it moves, sometimes it doesn't. You don't want to be in a trade for till 1 a.m. your time. You know what I mean? So
Right, right.
just because it starts to run as you start to go to bed, and then you just compromise on so much, So
Kane, do you have a sore throat? Somebody in the chat wants to know. Very
no,
interesting question.
no, I did have a sore throat. I had the flight flu, but I'm over it now. I'm good. I'm healthy. I'm back to, you know. Why do I sound? Do I sound bad? Too much vaping? Not enough vaping, actually. That reminds me. Here it is. Thank you. Um, But no, I don't have a sore throat. Do I sound like I have a sore throat, Leo?
I don't think so.
Oh, 39.83 packs. 39.83 and 39.60. Does that mean you're bearish?
39.83.
We're right here. 39.86.
I mean, appreciate you for sharing your levels packs.
Yeah. I think gold belongs at $2,000. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm just joking.
Kane is ultra bearish gold.
I'm not actually.
Interesting.
I'm actually. I feel like I can play gold both ways. Where I feel like I can really, really play indices short. Because I don't, and I've said this a few times, I have a lot of money in, I guess, NASDAQ based products, Mag 7, ETFs, etc., to the point that I naturally want to find a reason for it to go down because I want to hedge against those positions. And I find myself being more sure. I don't own any gold, not none other than in jewelry, that it's not worth it. It's not worth anything. So for me, it's more I can play it both ways because I don't have like a preconceived bias of, oh, why could this go to zero today? So
Anything
yeah.
can go to zero. Anything can go to negative too.
Whoa. If gold went negative, I think we got a problem. Saying that though, why would the oil go negative? Everything can go negative. Apart from dollar. Dollar bill, yeah. Um,
Do you know, playing, you mentioned playing both ways, and we talked about the OR mid.
yeah,
The chart that I shared on Twitter was ultra up and to the right for the
yeah,
last year. That trade is literally only taking the short setups from the OR mid
on gold.
on gold. So it's
So
just, I found that it was interesting, statistically speaking, that, and it was when the volatility picked up that it really started to ramp,
yeah,
but it's always been like plus EV for that specific trade. So basically it's when the high, when the 5 minute OR high prints and it hasn't been breached. So basically you have a 5 minute opening range. It's broken to the downside and we retest that OR mid. It's an incredibly nice trade. Now the thing about some of these things, like I posted a chart, looks nice and to the right, but you also have to remember that the risk to reward is relatively high on that setup.
yep.
By average, it's like 2.5 to 1. But also the win percentage is like 33%. So you have to remember that while statistically, like it's a plus EV trade, 33% winning, win percentage, um, you're going to have a lot of repeated losers back to back sometimes
Which
statistically.
which is hard for a lot of people to take, right?
Yes, exactly.
But if I told you that something was going to make you $1 million, but that one time it hit, that one time of the year it hit, and you had to take it 99 times for it to pay off once. A lot of people would lose faith in that,
Right.
So
Right.
I think it's really important. And I always say this to people. It's like I typically trade reversals, but I'm okay with losing for the longevity, right?
Yeah.
I'm okay just taking a loser. Where a lot of people really suffer with taking losers and break-even trades. Like XY would say, like when stuff stops in break-even and starts running, he can just mentally just lose it.
Yeah.
And I have this ability to just be like, okay, starts to break even, starts to run, whatever, I'm done with it. It's annoying, but you have to stay true to the course and the data and what the statistics say. Where I agree with you, a lot of people really struggle to lose.
Yeah.
And if you told everyone to short the 5 minute hour mid on gold for the next month because the stats say it's profitable and it lost every single time, everyone stops trading it. The next month it prints every single day. It is what it is. It's just hard. It's hard to do that.
Yeah. I mean, it literally requires you to have losing trades in order to have winning trades. There's no possible way to have 100% win rate.
What? Are you for real? I was told that I could only win. How's that possible? Have you ever heard of martingale? No need to lose. How's that martingaling in shorts on gold and NQ been going? I
What
can
was
only.
that? What'd you say?
Someone said martingaling in into shorts.
Martingale, Leo, 100%
Martingale.
win rate, deep pockets. You can't lose if you have unlimited pockets.
True.
Unlimited pockets and a time horizon of forever.
What is it? Warren Buffett says, um, you can't lose on something you don't sell. Spy stocks holds them forever. Can't ever be a losing trade then. How much gel does Kane use? None. This is pomade, which I guess is some sort of gel, but
Pomade.
pomade, yeah.
I think one day I'll not wear a hat, but today's not that day.
I have a friend that worked at MS and GS, and that's kind of how they trade. Yeah, but they're building positions, right? So they might want a longer position and buy it continuously.
They have no, zero, very little price sensitivity.
Yeah.
It's important to know. It's also important to know that when you're looking at order flow and also even sometimes just like large areas of distribution, that some of the participants in these markets literally do not care what's happening right now in the moment. It's forced action, either hedging flows, or it's people that if they buy 1,000 lots in a queue and it drops 100 points, they don't care. That's important to know that.
Yeah, who says to say that this is also a thing, right? What's to say that that's not a 10,000 lot short that's been built up over months?
Correct. Correctamundo.
You don't,
The
no one,
important thing is how the market reacts to those positions being put on. If somebody comes and buys 1,000 lots of NQ and NQ drops immediately, it didn't care about that buyer. Everyone sees the order book, right? Everybody can see that participant getting into the market or putting that transaction on. If nobody cares that somebody just bought 1,000 lots of NQ and they're still selling, hate selling it, it's kind of like, okay, that's good information.
yeah. Morning, Shab, by the way. And also the information I think, and I guess I was also quite naive to this, is that you see 1,000 lots get bought and price ticks down. That means someone just stood the other side and went, yeah, I'll take them. It's not
Yeah,
going up. They're
yeah,
actually, I'll take 1,000 and I'll sell more.
yeah,
Thanks. And I'm
yeah,
gonna step on it. And that's I guess the real context about this. Because if it's all well and good seeing someone do something, but like you said, how the market reacts to it is actually the most important thing, and what happens immediately after.
yeah.
Morning, man, dude.
Good morning. Good morning, Chab. Is
Walter
Leo
Vanelli,
bald?
the
No, I'm
goat.
not. I'm not bald.
Bro, do you follow
He's
this Walter Vanelli on Twitter?
who? What?
Well, this guy is an Italian Euro trader, and he he just he just hate sells Euro USD, bro. He hates sells it. Every rally he sells Euro USD, and then he just sells 2.5 lots, 2.5 contracts, lots actually, sorry, because he's Euro USD. he'll just do it, just keep selling it. And after a while, on these big rallies, he has huge positions. And then the market flushes and he just creams it all. It's kind of funny to watch, but he's made consistent money the last, God, like, I don't know, since like 2017 is when I started following him.
What's his handle?
Walter Vanelli.
Walter
Yeah, he's got 50,000
Benelli.
followers.
Okay, I
Yeah.
found him.
Yeah, you'll see, bro. I follow him and he just hate sells it. Every day, short Euro USD, 2.5 lots, average price. He's a goat, bro.
That's hilarious.
Mate, no one understands your British accent. Yeah, he longed once, actually, and he made money as well. The divergence indicator on gold, I use silver, but a lot of people use XAU, GBP, XAU, Euro. Basically, you're playing the Euro divergence and pound divergence. Oh yeah, it's 5th of November. Are you doing anything for, oh, you do fireworks like a bonfire night in the US? You don't, right?
For what?
Yeah, it's a UK thing. I just realized because it's for Parliament. Yeah, ignore that comment. On the 5th of November, we have like a big, like they have like big bonfires because of Guy Fawkes that tried to blow up Parliament like back when, I don't know, a long time ago. So I'm assuming a lot of British people are going out for fireworks over the next couple of days. Got the indices open in
Well,
9 minutes. Remember the 5th of November. Yeah, exactly.
I feel like people used to say that for something else. It's like
Chat, let's get the likes up. We're not doing this today. That's just heavy on the like button.
heavy
Heavy.
20% is where we're at. Come on. At least get us to 500.
500, yeah.
Bare minimum. No 500, no trade. That's just V for Vendetta. Okay, that's right. For
Well, we
those
get
asking about the um, project that you've been hearing about, um, the DOM, I posted a video on my Twitter, or not a video, just a screenshot. Prototypes are created, so big progress is being made.
oh,
Big progress is being made. Do you want me to release a prototype version that doesn't work?
no.
Walter's sitting around 180K USD gain with his 730 73. What?
Oh, he basically measures his moves in pips. So
Okay.
like that's that big because he always sells 2.5 lots. He will always measure how much he's gained on a single trade in pips. And then he just every week he like alters his bio and his Twitter the update of how much pips he's up since the start of the year.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I'm gonna follow this guy. I
he's
already
funny, bro.
did.
He doesn't
Yeah.
really interact with anyone. He just posts the same thing over and over.
Oh, like
Over.
he legit doesn't even talk to people?
Doesn't talk to people, no. And legit,
That's so
all he
funny.
does is morning. He does the same tweets. I can't remember exactly what it is. Like morning traders, I'll be back. Going to get coffee. Yeah, good morning, dealers. Market in a tight range at the time. On the window here. Enjoy your day and the coffee.
Is the DOM only with OFL, or is Ninja going to update the DOMs to be more customizable? It will be neither of those. It will be available
To
as a
everyone that
standalone. As a
subscribes to my
standalone.
Twitter. What?
No, wrong. I think the interesting part about trading gold will literally be it's really slow, like comparatively to NQ.
Yeah.
And it's just going to be interesting. Is it busy enough to be a streamable
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, it
product
is.
to trade?
I think so.
You say it is?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
Look
Kane,
up.
we waited for an hour and a half
Oh, yeah.
yesterday for
But
that
yes.
thing to move, and it went 3 points.
But okay. But yeah. But we also could have done the same thing on NQ. Like, it's just the moves are more or less the same. But look at this, right? Like,
But NQ was moving.
yeah. But sure. Look. After it took out 50% of the range this morning and broke out of a high, you could have just bought every single existing high after this and made money. It's so clean. Like, there's no way you can't deny that this is clean. Stop below, stop below, stop below, stop below, stop below. You know? I think in the
Yeah.
PM it doesn't move. I think the luxury about gold is that it moves during London and early morning, and then in the PM you forget about it. I think in the PM you just have to trade indices. So
Gold respects levels to the pip.
the pip, that's crazy. No pip talkage over here. Sorry. Take some points.
Pips is an FX thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because what's the pip? What's the pip on gold? Yeah, it trades like 0.039. Like it trades to the second decimal. Gold pits close at 1:30 Eastern. That's why.
There's actually still volume
Yeah.
after that period. Is it? I think it's 2:30 Eastern. Let me double check. Let's double
Multiple news.
check.
Multiple news at 10 today. Do we have
Oh,
news
it
at
is
10?
1:30 Eastern.
We have ISM at 10. Yeah. So someone asked, will we get NFP news on Friday? And I think the answer is no.
The opening range in gold is 8:20 Eastern, not 9:30.
Yeah.
8:20, not
8:20.
8:30.
Do you think
Uh,
the gold pit traders like demanded that so they could like at 9:30 they could go trade indices?
I bet somebody with historical knowledge knows why, and we don't have that. Shame on us, you know.
Shame on us, yeah.
Yeah, we're not real traders because we don't know the historical reason why the pit open in gold is 8:20 and not 9:30.
What do I think about Candace's payout? I think she deserves it. She made $1 million and the firm should pay out. Yeah.
Did I miss something?
Yeah, a girl called Candace, on Twitter. She got paid $1.1 million from Apex last week.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, good on her. I can never hate anyone making money with prop, regardless of who you are. I think it's great, especially when it's seven figures.
I mean, that's what you're supposed to do, right?
Yeah, like
That's
what?
literally what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, if someone says a negative comment about that, they're a fucking hater. So, yeah. Why did she dip from the lab? We just disagreed on a few things, in complete honesty, and yeah. That's it. We don't all have to agree on things. Absolutely zero bad blood, which is why I said she deserved it.
Stand up guy. This fellow right here.
Like I said, I can't hate on anyone making money.
Do I trade with Aaron? No, I don't. But we talk pretty much every day in the DMs. We share charts with each other and whatnot.
What are they gonna do here?
American gold started after the London fixing because London was the world standard. Not sure this holds anymore, but I think that's the reason. All right. Good to know.
ICT shouted her out. Yeah, I imagine he would if she tagged him saying thanks to my internet dad.
Hey, one day, Kane, you can be somebody's internet dad.
Oh, I don't know. Sorry, I was reading the comments of this tweet.
Aaron is a very nice dude. Yes, I agree. I try to surround myself with good people. Um, Jury's still out on Kane.
Fuck off, you prick.
The jokes set themselves, folks.
Yeah. Cool. They're looking like they want to sell indices.
Yeah, let's pull it up. Little bearish and Q open.
So I love it when they like tick up and then start selling.
Those are my favorite.
Yeah, me too, because everyone's getting long immediately, and now they're getting crushed, getting stopped out. The pain, the pain. Gold pulling back before it takes that high. That's mean of them. I can't really touch gold until we break out of this previous 4 hour high or low.
97.
Yeah, I mean, it has to get there before I can even
Yeah.
look for anything.
Yeah.
Take out that high, that overnight high, potentially reverse.
That'd be one trade that I would be looking for as a reversal off of that.
Yeah, same. RTY strong. Have I been able to trade London recently? I actually haven't even bothered, to be honest. I haven't even looked. But in December, I'm gonna trade London, New York AM, and PM. At least I'm gonna actively look for them. PM at 9:45. Thank you, Tracy.
They're going to release them. Is the government back open yet?
I don't know, but this S&P Global US Services PMI.
Oh, right. I only care to know that news is happening. I don't know anything about it.
Same. Is it gonna affect the market? Yes or no? Thank
Yeah.
you.
Still seem to be struggling with those likes. Kane, is it time?
No,
It's
not
not
right
time.
now.
Okay. Kane says it's not time. I respect it. Well, there's final services PMI, and then there's ISM services PMI. That's the two. I have 8:45 and then 9 Central Time. Or mid worked on gold like a treat. I know I did. I wasn't really prepared to take a trade when that happened.
Yeah, it was nice. I like this level on NQ.
I can see why.
50% hourly low. The only thing that puts me off is 4 hour high, but it's definitely a spot that I'm interested in looking for long. I'm gonna buy one here on NQ. I'm gonna bring it over here, don't worry.
Hmm. Gotta figure out how to get to be able to share different workspaces.
Yes, it was horrible actually. Immediately retested its open price and just went. I just took a loss.
Did you?
Yeah. I mean, it was kind of a bit of a knife catch, so hence why I only went one.
What was your entry?
My entry was 13, which is basically straight back to it. But
Okay.
and I literally got stopped out at the low.
Sometimes NQ is like that.
Yeah, I mean ES definitely was the better trade, but it sucks to suck.
Sucks to suck.
Good spot, right idea. Good execution even, just bad stop. Get good.
Have you
Yeah.
ever tried getting good?
No, I focused on getting rich. I don't really care how good I am.
That's a great counterpoint.
Yeah.
I think it does require to be good to get rich. I'm pretty sure.
Well, right now I'm definitely not good. Let's put it like that. That was a bad trade. That was a good. It was a good trade. It's just a bad stop out.
Yeah, overnight that overnight balance was pretty, I mean, not surprising. It wasn't to the tick of any prior swing high that's materially important, at least for me, but it was definitely a test of those prior, kind of the prior breakout. So when I woke up this morning and saw that we had rallied, well off of those prior highs, it definitely makes me slightly more bullish because of that. Um, damn,
It was a what?
that was a nice trade if you only didn't mess up the stop placement.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It was
I'm just,
very
I'm
tight.
just, I'm just giving you a jab, you
No,
know.
no, no. It was very tight. To be honest, I wanted to give it a bit of breathing room, but
Do
nothing I
you
could really
feel, do
do.
you like, I'm going to ask you a question. Do you think trading on stream makes you do things that are unnatural to you. Like if you were at your desk by yourself or with your group in the lab, would you have traded that differently? Would you have used like a wider stop there?
I, God's honest truth, I'd have probably had no stop and probably added on the low. And then as
Mm,
soon as it came back, I would have basically gone, put my stop at the low again, give it a more
yeah,
chance. That's kind
yeah,
of typically how I play. But I could also just see this potentially dying off. So I don't think I would have done like managed to trade any differently. Um, I can just see these rallying now to the high and potentially even higher. But this is like the harsh bias is this is probably the only place I was going to get involved with NQ longs today.
yeah,
So it either comes back and I get a chance to get back into it down here, and then I have the fear now of okay, then double stop out on the same idea, or I just play gold. So we'll
yeah,
see.
yeah. I actually have kind of the same, propensity to do things that I don't normally do, which is it's an interesting problem to be in.
Yeah. So the only place I'd re-add now is like 520s.
That's a very nice low volume node there.
Yeah.
The 20s, 16. I mean, that's like a very nice spot for a long.
So I could, oh, I don't like ES though. That's the only thing really putting me off.
Oh, yes, is dumping just hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Here come the 520s. Take
Yeah,
them if you want them.
I don't want them. This would be my trade, but I really don't want them. ES is putting me off. I'd be in it right now.
Man, and GC sold right before tagging that overnight high.
Yeah, they're
That's
really toying us.
disappointing.
I'm going to put GC up on the chart whilst I wait for NQ, whilst I put NQ up over here.
Do you not prefer to trade gold over NQ? Not me. I'm just learning gold. So me personally, I'm just watching, observing, trying to take in, notes. I'm not trying to go heavy hand with gold whatsoever, but just kind of seeing how the action plays out.
Well,
Screen time is one of the most important things for me. Order flow or not, just you need to before you trade any market actively, I think you just need to spend time with it, watching it, replay, watch it real time, note, what you would do, what you would have done in normal circumstances where you're trading. Here's the 520s gain.
no, they're gone, bro. The 520s are gone. Back to 513s. Now I'm sat here toying with, do I get back in my original trade?
I mean, there it is.
Yeah, I know. And now we're
There it
back to
goes.
520s.
There it goes.
I know. This is a really good spot that I would like to buy. I'm just kind of put off with
Chat,
ES.
tell Kane to buy it. I told you.
I know. I'll wear a dunce hat next week.
We
Just
talked
to,
about
I
it.
know,
We planned it
Let's,
out.
okay,
I
let's stop
said
talking
it's
about it.
there.
Let's just stop talking about it now. We're already 20 points higher. We're 30 points higher from my initial entry. Yeah. All right, I get it, chat. I sucked today. The end. Let's move on. Now the 520s is even better.
If you liked him the first time, the third time, and the fourth time, you'll definitely like him the fifth time.
Yeah. You know, if I take him, I'm getting stopped, right? You know that. You know that as well. You know that that's going to happen. Sucks to suck. Indeed, it does, Trader Ocean. It does. Oh, I'm just gonna be patient. I'm just gonna wait. I can buy them higher and I can sell them lower. My mentor used to tell me, "Wow, that guy sounds like a legend." So,
You got the test again, the 520 test. Did you take it?
no, I didn't take it.
Oh
And
my God!
the thing
You
is,
didn't take it!
this is the really sucky thing is that Salazar's actually using my own literal words I've said to him several times against me.
Chat, how many times do we have to tell this man to take the 520s? I'm in disbelief.
I know, me too, to be honest. I bought 513s, bought 513s, pussied out. No, got stopped. Got re-offered 513s, didn't take it. Said 520s, got re-offered it twice, didn't take them either time. And now we're at 555. Sucks to suck.
I mean, my mouth is dropped and just.
Yeah? Why didn't you take them then? You
I
had the
can't
option
get
to
the
take them as
freaking
well.
NQ chart up so that I can stream it.
Great.
I was trying to figure out how to get my NQ chart up so I could stream it and open the workspace, and it's just like OBS won't share it or something. And gold is right here at that OR high. I think I'm gonna take a stab at this long.
Yeah, it's a good spot.
All right, we'll try it since we didn't get our
Fucking
gold.
hell, ES broke out now. It's breaking out.
I need a better. Oh my gosh, wrong.
Oh,
wrong.
chat, it's a bad day to be Kane.
Are we just? Am I gonna get knifed on this immediately? Okay, it's part of learning.
I can't believe they left that high. There's
Bought
no
that.
way.
Let's see if this mid gets tested. I'll buy the mid.
Yeah, I would also buy the mid. What's the mid level? 80, 81?
81 4.
Even a bad trading day is good to be Kane. It's definitely not because we're 80 points up off that entry. So the reoffer was great. I'm just a pussy. Chat. Now we break out. Fuck. Zaza, did you take it? That's the real question. Just put it in the journal. This wasn't a bad trade for me because the trade presented itself. I was just a little bit early with it. Sean, good to see you, brother. Hope finances have improved. 100 points off that fucking low.
Yeah, we are 100 points, 620s now. Trade.
All right, thank you. 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 Thank you.
All right, we're
81.4. We're
almost
approaching
there.
these 81s. We're 81s.
Oh, it's not my normal market, but you know, I want to see a little bit of a
Leg up.
something. Show me
Yeah.
something.
I think it makes sense to buy the 30-second 80.5.
They're just selling it right now, but
I'll buy it when it comes back through. All right, I bought it. My entry is
All right, I'll put one
80.6.
on.
Yeah, I'm
My
not
stop
going to
right
use a
here.
stop because I will add my stop when I feel comfortable. But ultimately, I just don't want to see the opening range broke. And now you can take this all the way back to this high.
All the way to the overnight high.
Yeah, it's a good trade. It's a really good location.
I like it. I like what
We
we're
we
doing.
we turned up
We got
saying
vibes.
the 5 minute mid was a good trade, and we get given it again with the overnight high intact. Why wouldn't we take it? Oh, holy fuck! I fumbled the bag on NQ today. That was disastrous from Kane.
Holy, I just pulled up the chart. Whoa.
Yeah, well, indeed. 520s to 630s in a couple of minutes. That was a fucking great position.
Hey, you can't win them all, brother.
I know. Today was I don't know what it was.
Let's root on our gold trade.
Yeah. I do I want to add here somewhere? I'm in one right now.
I'm in one as well. I'm not really sure. Like, I add to a lot of trades. Um, I'm not really sure yet, like how familiar. I'm not familiar enough with gold at this point to add to positions right now. So I'm just gonna stick with the position size I put on and just observe those trades for now.
Yeah. I really want to see it pushed up into these like 90s area, and then I will add on a reoffer from 90s maybe. Because what we down 95 to 80, still a 15 point. My overall stop is kind of that 20-point rotation off the high. Holy brother, it's flying.
Thank you. Oh my God.
Yes. This is 660s.
Chat Canon's never gonna let this stay down.
Oh my gosh. I
It's
fucking planned
legit
this
just
out to the
fucking
T
rallying.
and just absolutely fumbled it so fucking bad. Oh, that's such a bad one from me. These are the trades where I do kick myself a little bit because, like, how often do you get 100 points on NQ in what?
2 minutes.
No, not even 11 minutes. Oh, that literally, Dan.
I mean, I did
Brutal.
in my defense, I did say it's a great buy, and there was
Uh,
two opportunities for it.
There was
You
three
know,
fucking opportunities for it.
I was really trying to get you to take the trade.
I know. I didn't want to get caught in another deviation because that would have sent me off, to be honest.
Sent you off where?
Out the fucking window. I'd have opened up the VLUX and just gone. Tell me there's some nice buying on gold here. Make my day. Let me look. It's just a sea of red. Nice. News coming up. Yeah,
There is. Yeah.
that just how well does this affect gold?
Oh, fuck. Does it?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Somebody tell us quickly.
Oh, this 9:45 was fucking news, which is what sent this thing just parabolic.
I guess they didn't like my chart.
Jesus, of course it does. Fuck it, I'm mad. Massive news in 5. PMI is massive news. What? Since when?
Massive
ISM's
news.
This is not massive news. What?
Do you know what the news is? There's not enough likes in this chat for how entertaining this stream is.
Yeah,
That's the news.
pay me in likes to refund me my 100-point trade that I did not take. But, you know, depends
Hey,
if
it's currency. I went out to dinner the other night and I was like, yeah, I'll just pay for my YouTube likes. Just
yeah.
give me to tip you in likes.
Hey, do you have a like button I can hit? I'm gonna put my stop here at break even, and I think I might add here on this pullback.
I mean, NQ is vertical.
Fucking flying. I'm turning the chart off. I'm actually not even looking at it. I'm fully focused on the right hand half of my chart.
I will let you know.
No,
what
don't
NQ
honestly,
is doing.
please. I don't want to know.
No, I need to keep you informed, sir.
I really don't want to know.
I'll let you know when it's trading in the 720s.
I kind of want to buy this in 2 minutes. I want to buy this area in 2 minutes.
In NQ?
No, fuck NQ, bro. I told you, I
Oh,
just don't want to
gold.
hear about it. I don't want to hear about NQ right now. I'm sorry to inform you that I'm bearish on gold. Fuck. Well,
Who's bearish?
my stop's it. My stop's in at the entry now. So, and this could just be a bad day for me.
Kane is definitely going to open the chart in 5 minutes just for curiosity.
I haven't closed the chart down. Not gonna lie.
See,
I lied.
we know.
The thing is like this was so fucking obvious as well.
I
It
mean,
took out that hourly low. 4-hour low was the swing.
bro, like I don't know any other way to put it.
Yeah, I'm a pussy. I didn't take it. Let's just drop it now. Okay.
Okay, we'll drop
Yeah.
it. We are doing a podcast later today.
Yeah, and the NQ long is also banned there as well.
What do you want to talk about on our podcast? Let's give the chat a
I don't know,
sneak
chat. What
peek
should we
into our
what should
conversation.
what should we talk about, chat?
Kane's
chat
coming
can
on painting the
decide.
tape. We're recording an episode. We're gonna drop an episode Sunday. The website overhaul is done on Sunday, so that'll be done. And so lots of new drops will be out on Sunday for painting the tape.
Roast Kane? No, they do that every day anyway. Let's talk about NQ. Me and
I think
NQ
his trading journey is well documented on what
Yeah, I
are the
haven't really-
options. What are the options?
we can talk about the trading journey a bit more detail because I haven't really given a lot of details of exactly
Oh,
how. Fuck
Tracy!
me. Tracy, you lied to me.
What the fuck?
Tracy, Mom, the meatloaf.
What is going on?
Fucking hell. Where did I get in? Where did I get? Oh, I got exited way lower. That's a bad stop.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Where's the guy that was bearish on gold?
Yeah, I did say
And NQ had somebody come in and sell 760 lots at 73. Lots of really aggressive sell side order flow, but price is not going down yet.
that summarizes my day. Honestly. I'm fucking glad I did not add. That would have been bad. Let's see what that took out. Oh, it took out quite a lot. Does that make no? This makes me fucking bearish.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do anything else here with gold.
No, neither. I got slipped to almighty hell.
Mine wasn't bad. I was only in one lot.
Me too, but I got slipped to. I got slipped $800.
Wait, U.S. services expansion activity expands to the fastest pace in 8 months.
Hike the rates. Put them up.
I mean, there's somebody selling NQ like it's their mission right here
Good.
at 76. Do you think they'll sell it all the way down to 520 and you can buy it again?
I won't buy it though. No, after that. Fuck me. Am I going to get back into this fucking gold long?
Are you?
I might.
You're on your own, brother. I wish I had that NQ chart up. I would have taken the 76s.
Yeah, it was a good spot. Real for on the 10 a.m.
I mean,
open.
it's just you don't see somebody come in and just sell like they don't give a shit if anyone sees them or not.
No, they would just fucking hate selling it.
Kane, you need to walk away today, JD Trader says.
Nah, JD, I'm good, bro. I mean, the gold account I'm trading is currently up $57,000. I'm chill, honestly. I'm down $1,000-ish on it. Wait, I don't know exactly how much. $1,700 on the account today. I'm good. Kane, you paying more attention to order flow now? Just when I'm with Leo. I don't actually actively look at order flow stuff unless I'm with Leo hanging out, and then he'll tell me, you know. But I'm definitely more curious about it. I just trade on a Mac, and it's a little bit more difficult to set up. But that might change soon. I don't know. I'm gonna buy a racing sim soon, and I need a Windows PC for that. So
No
maybe
way.
I'll just
Wait. You're for real?
yeah. I'm gonna drop like 30 bands on a racing sim.
No, like we're okay. So like, I'm legit gonna do the same thing.
Yeah, bro. My whole YouTube algorithm is just racing simulator content right now.
Well, you should get your TikTok to do the same thing because there's some pretty good
Yeah,
streamers doing it live.
yeah. I just want to get like I like the competitiveness of iRacing and the fact that you can like progress through it, different classes, and yeah, I think it's quite relaxing. Like I've gone to a few of the sims now. Like there's a good one near me,
Yeah.
and I actually went there when Monday, and drove there for like 2 hours. They do like this 2 hour thing, and actually it was about an hour actually. They do a 2 hour thing, but we drove for about an hour. It's just good fun. Um, so yeah, so I'm gonna like fully gonna get like an immersive racing sim, and then uh, and then that would give me a Windows PC that I can just KVM from there to my setup and potentially look at booting up some order flow stuff on it.
Yeah, I want to get my son into it. Because like um, he's just he loves cars.
Yeah,
Like he's been into cars since he was, yeah, just as young as or old enough to know what the heck a car was. He has more cars than I have closets. Like, those like little die-cast cars or whatever, Hot Wheels. And I just think he would love to have like a little sim,
bro, they are pressing on ES, by the way.
I know, I see it.
It's
I mean,
10 points up after that small correction.
yeah.
I'm gonna try these 980s again if they give me a
Are
little
you?
flush. Yeah, I will, yeah. And I won't touch it. Yeah, and that's the thing actually, Aaron, is like I could just have trading on my top screen because I'm gonna have like a four monitor setup, like three immersive curved monitors, and then like a big monitor at the top. And I can just pull my charts up there and just race all day. That's kind of the plan, to be honest, in all honesty. Um, yeah, Optimum on YouTube, I saw his racing sim. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I don't want one that moves though. I don't really like that too much. And apparently it's really unrealistic, so
So you'll just get like a fixed sim wheel, gas pedal, brake
yeah.
situation.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna like future proof the fuck out of it. I'm just gonna buy like a really good wheelbase, couple of wheels. I prefer like the low seating setup, especially here, because like if I had one that was a bit higher with like the sloped ceilings, it would be harder to do it.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah. Am I English or Aussie? I'm English. I am English. So yeah, now they hate selling it.
Well, we tested that last week's low
Yeah.
in a queue. It's putting these large rotations like at the highs. It's kind of interesting. I gotta figure out how to get this damn NQ chart to.
But I think you should definitely get your son into racing because, especially on like a good sim, because
Yeah.
if he turns out to be pretty good at it, that's that's definitely a good career. I think I'd love to have a kid and they fucking drive race cars for a living.
Hmm. See if I can't get this to work.
Nasty from them. Tell them to gold while they're young. Teach them golf. Yeah, 100%. That's one thing I wish I got into when I was a lot younger was golf. I'm just so bad at it. Fancy a brew, fancy a cup of tea. Yeah, it's kind of boring that though, isn't it, Nicky? You called the long from 510s to 680. Oh, congrats. Thanks for rubbing it in, Jacob. Um, Racing sim and a trackman set would be lit. Yeah, I'm actually in the process. Well, I'm not in the process right now, but I will be in the process shortly of converting one of my spare bedrooms into a bigger wardrobe. So, um, depending if that has room, I might put the racing sim there. Is okay. I'm long gold again from 80.6.
All right, we're gonna trade some NQ here if something sets up. I mean, there's so much selling
Yeah, I'm looking
on
at
these seven.
73s as well.
I think I might just get short right here. There's just so much selling.
Yeah, I like that spot. I would join you at 73s if
The
it
risk to this
gives.
trade is just the volatility, and I don't really want to use a super wide stop here. So this might be a scenario where I just need to be willing to take it potentially once or twice, or twice, you know. But
Okay.
looks pretty good.
I'm short NQ long gold right now. They're currently paying for each other, so hopefully gold gets on side and NQ starts to move. But they are quite literally moving at the exact opposite right now.
I don't really love that they keep holding these 40s.
Yeah, I don't mind that because they're just selling these 60s and 70s really hard, aren't they?
There.
Yeah, tighten up my stop on gold. I don't need to move my NQ stop right now. It's super fucking wide though. It's 30 points. I'm only in one though. Is there a lot of selling going nowhere here?
No, it's more like two-way right now, but every time we push into the 72s, it's getting rejected.
Yeah.
I just want to, kind of want to see this flush here, take profit.
If I get stopped on gold, I will just probably cover NQ for whatever profit there is. In fact, I'm not going to move either of these. There's just no point because
Yeah, I'm gonna
that's
take
going
one
to
off
fuck me
here.
up.
They keep bouncing it. I just want to cover. Um, just treat this as a scalp right now. I mean, we did rally out of the OR, pretty hard. So, um, I'm just kind of trying to see if this trade starts to get legs. There's plenty of good ways to add to this if it really starts to go.
Okay, I added to gold. They're both gonna. A risk is removed on NQ.
Did you go break even?
Yeah. Mainly because I added on gold, to be honest.
Mhm.
I have a little bit more conviction in this gold trade than I do that NQ short right now, considering gold hasn't really done much, and NQ has kind of rallied, and they are just buying it off of those 42 lows. So I would give up on the NQ trade, but they're both not looking too hot right now. Yeah, gold's going the wrong way. That's why I looked at something on that screen. I'm going to give it a little bit more room. We going anywhere? It's kind of frustrating. I was expecting both to move.
Yeah, the thing about this NQ short is that if it does play out, like it should be a really good trade all the way back to the open. But we're seeing lots of selling in these 40s, and they're definitely getting rejected.
Oh, they
as
just
well.
picked me out of gold. No fucking way. I wasn't looking. Yeah, I'm giving up with that today. Jesus fucking Christ. That was an awful look from me. No words for that one. Holy fuck, they ticked me out and went, that's fucking tilting. I'm not having a good day in general. It's not. And they took me out of fucking. I'm gonna sit this one out, I think.
We're keeping an eye on the dollar for sure.
Holy, what a bad executor I've been today.
I don't think that's the case, man. I think
No?
no. I was legit
You're
just
giving
giving you a
me
hard time about the 520s.
No, I think you're giving me more credit. I mean, this is bad for me. Like, I mean, we're still up on the week, but it's frustrating to say the least. I just don't want to chase the same trades over and over because
Yeah,
they're not really going anywhere. So
right. I think gold is just kind of not interesting enough for me.
yeah, it's fucking depressing. I got stop to the tick though.
Yeah, that does suck. Come on, break these 40s.
On both, by the way.
Oh, come on, baby. Come on, baby.
Jesus, 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 Jesus.
Man, that selling is just like so aggressive, and we aren't really going that hard to the downside yet.
Yeah. Kane, are you trading alive or are you still with firms? Both. My 50K is my live account. Jesus can't save you now. That's just such an arsehole comment.
Wow, that's really rude.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pressing it for sure. Let's see what we do here at VWAP.
I hope for your sake that they absolutely send this back to the low. No, because I know you'll hold it.
Yeah.
It's such a great spot up there as well to get short. I just wanted to see it go and not look back, and it looked back a few too many times for me. Leo, do you use OFL? You'd hope so, wouldn't you, Tom?
Sort of created it. Maybe.
Sorry, Tom. You didn't deserve that. You probably didn't know, but yeah, Leo, it's OFL. OFL is Leo.
Well, there's more. There's
No, I know,
more of us. Would you buy 25,994?
Are you asking me?
I personally wouldn't because I'm short. Now they broke all this volume up here and we're retesting it from below. So if this doesn't reject, I'm out.
Yeah, agreed.
And it looks like that's what's happening is we're not rejecting.
Chat, I'm finishing the day down 2.5 grand, and I'm gonna keep it that way. Really not the best from me today.
Took myself out.
But yeah, price is not really doing me any favors. I really, really fumbled the bag with that 520s long. And yeah. Look, I think it's good to put these things on a time horizon, right? I'm down 2.5 grand on the day, up 10 grand on the week still. The month I'm up. I mean, just on that 50K account, I'm still up. What is that? 106,845. So yeah. I don't want to give back a large chunk of that on a day that I'm being a bad trader because I'm allowed to be a bad trader every so often. I'm gonna take the money. The week is the month. Yeah, I'm just talking about rolling 30 days, bro. I think I've always been a believer in the last rolling 30 days because that way it gives me like it takes the pressure off the start of the month for me. In November, I don't want to start the month on zero and be like, oh, I'm in a hole. Well, I'm in the hole, you know.
Still a good trade, yeah. Leo stunned. No, I'm just watching. Yeah, I'm not totally out of the idea of selling this. So I'm just watching to see what we do up here in these 70s again. Let's see if these 88s fill. There's decent size there.
But the conviction the gold trade was probably right. Just two really bad spots to have my stop for the day.
Back in here at 80.
Yeah.
It's still pretty bullish though. They're still pressing hard. Yeah, the reason let me draw this out so y'all understand. If you look at this distribution right here, this volume distribution, in context, what happened? We rallied out of the OR. We had very little volume on the way up, right? It was just a moonshot. And we started to pause here in this range. This rejection was right off last week's low. And so we saw sellers just absolutely slam. They started here at 77. We dipped a little bit, rallied up, and then, we're just selling it, right? These candles show you what's happening from a delta perspective. And so the short is basically the idea from this short is that we've hit kind of an extreme. There's a ton of volume here. And if we reject away from this volume, we should see a pretty nice downward move. Now, does it always happen that way? No, we did see a downward move, 35 points. I just didn't take any profit. I didn't take that one contract off because I was looking for more. So I was wanting to see that this whole trade play out all the way back to the opening range. We rallied right back up to this distribution right here. And I covered when we basically got back up to my, where my entry was. And then we saw some heavy offers right here at 80s. And I just wanted to try that idea one more time. But now that we're well above here, so it's breakout. It's kind of breakout mode now from this range. So I'm not going to take, no longer looking to be short now that we've built this volume, attempted to reject it twice, and we're still, creating higher highs. So buyers are definitely stepping on the gas pedal. Of course, now somebody just
Slams it.
yesterday's mid, right at yesterday's mid.
Did you pay attention to yesterday's mid a bunch or?
I've used it on and off. This chart book that I'm using, it was somebody else's, and they had it, so it's there.
Yeah.
It seems to be hit or miss. Like, for me, when I look at levels or when I have levels on a chart, I've done enough work with them, like in replay and, looking back in time. Is it reliable? Is it a level that honestly gets a real reaction more often than not. And if not, then I don't use it. I think yesterday's mid is just one of those things. Um, I'm very particular about the levels that I put on my chart. So I don't have yesterday's mid because it's just not, from what I've seen, doesn't have the level of reaction that I would be looking for to consistently have it on my chart. Because if I have a level on my chart, I'm paying attention.
Mm. Fuck me, bro. What a rascal. That's something you could call it, Simon.
And there goes gold, huh?
But thanks. Thanks. Thanks.
No,
But yeah, it
I'm not
went.
trying to rub it in.
I know you're not.
Yeah,
I just, yeah, it just definitely just went. The fucking annoying thing is like it did two really, really good spots for trades, and I was just far too tight with my stop.
yeah,
But the thing is if I'm not tight and I get fucking wicked on some random bullshit, I get slipped like I did. Gold is back to the OR. Yeah, I think you've got the wrong OR, bro. You've got you've got 930
Oops.
OR, but it's actually that isn't its OR. Its OR is 820.
Yeah. Gold's OR is eight. It starts at 820.
Yeah, but yeah, I know it's crazy. It's back to 930 open. Really fucking good spot for a long. Really good spot for a long on NQ this morning. Really good spot for short. I think the only thing I could potentially make an argument for is that the initial balance high remains because you do have ES took out that high around that 1028. It's now 1030.
Yeah.
If it pulls back, you could have some initial balance play here. Um,
Look at the gold chart now.
Not really looking at anything other than chat right now. I have a daily profit target. Um, Depends really, but yeah, I mean, I can step on it sometimes, but I mean, it depends on which account for which things. Like for example, my funded next accounts, I've kind of ran them up a little bit recently. They're sitting up like 15K each right now. So no, with them, I kind of just really let them run a little bit. Personal account, yeah, like if I get around like floating like 2.5, 3K, I kind of just close that out. Um, but again, I have let a few days really run, especially where trades have been really moving. Just been trading quite aggressively, and once it gets to a spot that I'm happy with, I'll just let it do its thing. Um, so yeah, and then yeah, so it just really depends. Like context is important. How my trading's been. Like the last couple of weeks, I've not really been that like attached with managing the profit. I've just been trading, and just when I get comfortable with it, I'm like, yeah, go on, done. But I traded like piss this morning, so good sign that I just walk away. Do you guys follow Patrick Wheeland? I don't follow Pat, but I do see his tweets and stuff on Twitter consistently. It's hard not to. Yeah, Dan, I'm not. I've got it marked out, but I'm not taking it. I'm basically sure I hear. Are your chats visible? They are. I can see them. TGR, PW, and Rena are your favorite traders. The hell's pushing it up? Buyers. Buyers. The same thing that pushes everything. Every chart's up. Oh, you're sarcastic. Dan, I've traded like piss this morning, bro. I missed a good long on NQ, stopped break even on a short, and I got stopped on gold. So, and yeah, I actually got stopped on gold twice, the same trade, and my stop loss on gold was right here.
It's interesting just like the context, we have failed to take out the overnight high, you know, broke through the OR low, tag 24-hour VWAP kind of not to the tick, but none of this stuff is ever to the tick.
Mm.
And we rallied back up, and we're kind of stalling out right where that prior high was. The range on gold, I don't know, seems pretty tight. No,
95 to 75 seems like a pretty good 20-point rotation.
I mean the average rotation in gold is 20 points. What's the average
Yeah.
range?
20 points right now, yeah.
Am I calling this a poor high? No.
The gold
I wouldn't.
high?
I wouldn't really. It's certainly weak, but I wouldn't expect if we tag up here again that would hold.
Personally, I would like a tag. Well, actually, the context changes now. Like after it rallies from the opening range again and takes out its overnight high, you would expect them to break it, build volume, and then continue.
Right.
Okay, and what confirmation said it was a buy earlier? My brain, but it was wrong. Actually, it wasn't wrong. No, my brain wasn't wrong on either occasion. My stop loss was. Um, I'm kind of trading the same thing on both of these, right? Um, the hourly lows on both of these get taken. I'm looking for reversions back up towards these hourly highs, and they both gave good rotations back. NQ made highs, rallied 100 points. Actually, it rallied 180 points. It tagged 200 points actually from 13s to 713s. So 200-point rotation up. Gold kind of back like inside of this 20-point rotation lower is nice. Now, realistically, all you really want to see is this high and this overall overnight high taken. And then build volume. On NQ right now, I would welcome some sort of pullback. But again, this is me just speaking from a rhetoric of just sitting at the sides right now. The model is definitely appearing, but I'm also kind of bullish on NQ after a 200-point rally.
What are your opening range timeframes? I use a 5-minute OR.
Now the question is the seller still present on NQ? Or are they gonna take a stab at breaking it through the IB high?
Can you explain your A period single print stat? I don't have an A period single prints. See, I think the one thing that's misunderstood about single prints is that A period can never have single prints. A period single prints are going to be excess. Could I say that? A period is just A period. A period is the opening range. It can't have single prints in the context of single prints indicating momentum. Excess in A period is just a buy or sell tail that is indicative of an opening drive. If there is excess in A period, is there a stat you have? No, because there's always usually going to be excess in A period. Very often you will have single prints in A period that you would have to really quantify the excess in number of ticks because you can have an A period range of 30 points. B period could come test that high or that low by, 8 ticks and then drop. There's, say 8 ticks of excess. That's not really an opening drive. That's not aggressive activity because B period was able to come all the way through the A range and just failed to take out the A high. So I don't really view that excess as materially important later on or in the moment. I would look at that what I just described as a failure, a failure to take out a high. But I don't really look at it in the context of A period singles mean are that significant to me that I mark them out. I guess that's what I'm saying. I appreciate can appreciate that you do all these streams, watching how a professional handles a tough day is an opportunity for aspiring traders to learn. Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you, Mike. It definitely wasn't a good one for me, but um, fuck yeah, I can't be the best trader every day. You know.
Does being the best trader mean that you win every day?
No, when I say the best trader as well, I mean like the best version of myself every day. Like I can't,
Okay.
I can't turn up and expect to win every single day. What the fuck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why the fuck do I even have this? So yeah, sucks to suck. Famous last words from me. But ultimately, no one's more harsh on me than me. So um, I'm really okay with it.
Just wait till they create Reddit posts about you.
I couldn't give a fuck about some random person's opinion on me on the internet. Doesn't pay my bills and it certainly doesn't affect me. I just like jabbing back at them. Yeah, look, yeah,
It's all good
definitely.
fun.
Yeah.
It's all part of the lore.
What do they say? If you want to take advice from someone, definitely don't like take criticism. Something like that, I don't know. And yeah, if someone I looked up to highly criticized me about something, then I would take it probably worse. Right now they tried to push above this 1030 high, this 1028 high, which is the IB high, obviously. And they're failing on indices right now. They're back inside, and gold is pushing. Oh yeah, we're here every Wednesday. Sorry, Nikki, I didn't see that. Yeah, we're here every Wednesday, and occasionally we appear on the close together, like yesterday.
I took a stab at NQ short, but I can't show the chart. It's in my position tracker though.
No, that makes sense. Where's your entry?
Right here at O2, but
Oh, two.
I might be
Toast.
toast already. This is like A plus setup for me though, so I just can't not take it.
Yeah, I like this setup a lot, especially with that 1030 high. You have to let me bring it up over here. I'll bring up the NQ chart for you. Um, so for me, I guess the reason I would agree with you is it's yesterday's open. You also have this hourly high being 10. It drove up, swept out everything up here at a time frame that was important. So if we go on the 30-minute, you can see it. So this would be the initial balance, which is quite an aggressive move. And then if they start to accept this back below here, around these 702, 701s from this open, that's the area that you probably want to look for a position back down to some sort of acceptance. So I agree with you. I'm just not touching it with a fucking barge pole. I hope the Lord Almighty Stowe is long to his nuts from the open.
We see Stowe in the green room
Yeah.
preparing.
He's early.
He's
Very,
early.
very
He
early.
must be bullish,
Yeah. He's
semi-bullish.
he's like this chat, that's what he says.
6-7. That's what he said.
6, 7.
I got stopped out of that.
Yeah. It's
Whew.
like stepping on it.
All right, Kane. What are we going to talk about today in our podcast episode? Shab said they would do a poll if we gave them like a couple of options. They could vote it. They could vote on
They
it.
can vote on it. Okay. Fuck, I have no idea, bro. I have no idea.
Maybe we can do a poll on Twitter later.
Yeah, I'm gonna be really 100% honest. I'm really not in the headspace to think about it.
Yeah. Can't do the prop episode without XY. Yeah, he's in Japan.
New and improved XY. Me. Fuck, they really took it back to that high to fail again.
They did.
Going. Oh, yes, it is. That's for sure. Gold kind of hit a bit of a roadblock. It's chilling, freezing. Don't know what it's doing. Hmm.
Talk about what you consider over trading and how to avoid it. How to deal with being conceptually right, but having to stop it multiple times. I like that. That's a great. That's a great topic. I think I might actually write that down for if we don't cover it today, some other time.
Talk about
I
Lambos and
love that.
Gucci.
I love
I don't
that.
own any Gucci products, and I don't own a Lamborghini. Would a platform that allows you to draw candlesticks to teach/show us patterns be useful? I personally think that there's no better platform to teach on than like okay, controversial, and I'm sure this won't go down well with a lot of people, but teaching in on hindsight charts is actually 100% fucking pointless because I could tell you, I could make a narrative that I don't even believe to be true. I could make you believe it from hindsight. Give me any chart and I can talk it through with so much confidence that I can make you believe that that's the reason it does that.
Mm-hmm. That's really true. You have to, for something like that, the way I've always done thing for levels is I've noticed some type of pattern or behavior in the market with respect to the level, and then I put it on the chart, automated, right?
Yep.
So it's always the same.
Yep.
And then I go back the past 2 to 3 years and I look at literally like Excel sheet. Did this set up? Take the trade? What happened? Right? Only going through that process, like as a discretionary trader, when you're looking at a level, so to speak, you have to look at it in that context. You can't go cherry pick, oh, well, this would have worked, that would have worked, but ignore all the other ones that didn't. Um, or have some type of, like I hear you say model, and I've joked about, all
Yeah.
the people that are models traders. It's like the way you frame those trades has to be 100% the same every time, 100%
Hmm.
of the time. Like T trades is a great example of that. I know you are as well, but I'm not trying to um, pick on you when I say that. So
No, it's good, and you're right.
yeah,
No, I think it's really. I think it's just important. Like any sessions that I do is always on live market. Like don't get me wrong, I may like find examples and like cherry pick those examples where the pattern is very clean because I think people are good visual learners.
right.
Um, but at the same time, I could, like I said, I just really stand by. I could make you believe something when I don't even believe it to be true, and I can just make it up on the spot. and that's just
Yeah.
how it is. Um, and you know, pushing wellness weights just said like my course. Well, two things: I don't have a course, and all of the trading models that I do include all of the losers throughout the year and all of the winners of where trades should have been taken, that are good and bad. If I cherry pick that, I could just only include the winners and make myself out to be amazing. Do you guys know any resources to teach how to generate scripts for automation in Ninja? I don't, but the production team or Leo might even know.
I don't, but definitely the production team would know.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a
Yeah.
lot of educational resources on something like that and how to use the Ninja language. It's written in C sharp, but there's more to it than that.
Cursor.
Cursor.
Yeah, you could use cursor, I
Yeah,
guess.
just vibe code it.
I mean,
100%.
you'll get most of it done there, to be honest.
Yeah.
Won't be 100%, but yeah. And I actually agree with Hum's message about backtesting. I use backtesting to purely gain like stats. That's all I really
Yes.
care. It's like I'm
Yeah.
trying to either prove something or disprove it. I don't
Yeah.
really care about the outcome.
I'm
Where I think a
usually trying
lot,
to disprove something.
it's really good to disprove something. Like I actually did this exercise once where someone on Twitter told me something, and I said, I don't believe that to be true, but let me go and figure it out. And actually, I went and but I just had this preconceived like opinion that can't be right. Turns out he was right over a period of time.
Nice.
I can't argue with that, and I openly admitted to that as well. I was like, well, I actually didn't believe you. I went and looked it up, and here are the stats, purely based because I'm trying to disprove it. If I'm trying to disprove it, I'm taking something on the basis I think it won't play out. I don't have an emotional attachment that it will play out, so I'm happy. I'm actually annoyed when I'm being proven wrong, ultimately.
Yeah.
Gold struggling to go higher. NQ, ES. NQ showing a bit more strength. I think ES kind of pulled back. I think they both take a bit of a leg up now. C sharp 13 compatibility. Hey, buddy.
Hey, Stowe.
Good morning. Good morning, gentlemen.
We saved you some likes. We didn't front run the likes for you.
That's good. How many are we working with?
We only have 463. It's an all-time low for us.
Oh, okay.
So you have to get to 700 likes. Otherwise, you have to stream for the rest of the day.
I kind of have to do that anyways.
Those are the rules. Oh, you're double time today? Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
You get no lunch, though.
wait, but
you don't.
you're on Thursday too, right? You're on tomorrow?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Interesting.
Well, some guy went to Japan, and now we have to do all this streaming. I mean,
Yeah.
I can tease him because he's sleeping right now, but
Yeah, he is. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. I saw that he ate well last night.
Oh my
I was super
gosh.
jealous of whatever that was.
yes,
That food looked great.
Hmm.
I've never eaten like Wagyu steak like that ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked
Yeah,
insane.
it looked unreal. That explains why he responded at 5 a.m. Yeah, he was wide awake at 5 a.m.
I don't know how. I'm actually impressed with how fast he switched his sleep schedule. Like, I would never be able to do that. I would be completely reversed.
Yeah, you adjust. Especially when you spend all that time and effort and money as well going there. You put in an effort to do it, don't you?
That's fair. Kane, I really liked what you said about hindsight stuff and that it's completely useless to teach on. And yeah, I want to echo that big time. That's you can you can pull I can pull up a chart, you can do it, Leo could do it, and we could tell whatever story we wanted to tell with that chart to make whoever's listening believe whatever we want them to believe.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think that's a very common thing.
I think
with
it comes
education stuff.
For me, it comes back to that levels thing, right? Actually, I mean, I'm not going to show it now, but because we're short on time, but I have an indicator that literally plots random candles, like completely random.
Yep.
And all I do is I just don't even show the chart. I just zoom out, like it's really zoom out and plot random levels, like every couple of points. Enough to make it not like it's every single level on a chart, and then show the chart, and you just see these random candles respect these random levels over and over again.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because my eyes want to see it that way. And it's
Right.
like there's obviously a term for it, and I forget the term, but
Apophenia.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
it. And it's like if you want to see something bad enough, you will consistently see it. So,
Yep.
you know, it has to have context and it has to have and you also have to be emotionally attached to an outcome of a trade. Sorry, you just do. And typically that comes in the form of risking money for it to matter because just seeing something on a chart is like 20% of trading.
Yes.
The rest of it is emotional, like the emotional stability, the psychology that you go through. Will you withstand the drawdown? Will you withstand the profit target to not overmanage a trade? All those things. And
Will you withstand the time that it takes for the trade to work?
yeah, exactly. If you get stopped break even, will you rebuy? You know, those sorts of
Yeah,
things.
we should make that a whole painting the tape episode, Leo. That was a great question. How do you deal with having to buy the same level over and over again without losing your mind?
Yeah. Paranoia, yeah, seeing it's like the clouds when people see things in the clouds, you know. So
Well,
yeah,
Stowe,
Yes. You guys are done. Clock
we
out,
are.
baby.
Oh, bro, I was done way ago.
the game was done an hour ago.
I was done an hour ago. Yeah. Sorry, chat. Definitely not a good one from me today. That's for sure. I basically fucked up everything I could fuck up. So, um, yeah. But yeah, we'll be back next week and it'll be a lot better.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Well, thanks, buddies.
All right,
I'll see
brother.
you in a bit.
We'll see you guys.
Appreciate you,
See you,
boys.
chat.
Ciao.
Hey, peace, man, dude. Good to see you, bud. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How are we doing? Good morning, chat. Good morning, Cooper. Good morning. Hey, Gabriel. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, man. I'm tired. What's up, guys? What's up, Wix? Yeah, I mean, you can buy the top today, kind of. It's doing stuff. We'll talk about it. I'll try to share it, my Globex stuff from last night too. Good morning, Frintintin. Good morning. Good morning. I'm having some weird issue with my platform today, where if my live account is connected to it, it breaks, and I don't know what's going on with that. So I had a sketchy moment today where I was in a trade, but it didn't think I was in one, and just a fun reminder that there's always something that can go wrong, and we're at the whim of technology at all times. So, but yeah, I locked up all that stuff anyways. I have hit all the profit targets, and I am relaxing. Good morning, Jims. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Hans. Good morning, Bud. What time did I get into this position? Well, this ad right here. Shoot, that reminds me. I gotta get my position trackers gone. Let me put that back up. I got into the first part of this position. So I opened it at 10:22 Eastern right here. And I took one off here at the +1. I didn't add in here. There's a big seller up here at 30. I don't know what they're doing. It's annoying, but I chose to not get ground up in it. But we came back and tested this 68.20 spot again, and so I added here, and then I took one off here. So what you're seeing here is this fill on this trade idea here. So for now, there's a lot of big stuff going on today. There was like, I don't know, a bajillion right here at the point of control, the 68.20. When did this happen? This happened at like 10:18, right in here. My delta's reset since then, but um, so there was a big iceberg, like 3,500 orders, give or take, and they got blasted through. Um, and it is still partying above that level. So for that reason, I'm just trying to hold for higher here. We'll look at the high time frame chart too, and I'll explain what I'm looking at in a bit. I'm gonna have to. I tweeted a ton last night because I was like, I got to get these screenshots somewhere where I can I can pay attention to them and pull them up tomorrow when I actually have something to talk about. But we'll give everybody a chance to get in. Good morning, Drunk Radish. Hey, brother. Me and Mr. Drunk Radish are gonna go grab brewskis next week. We just got to figure out what day, but I'm stoked for that. Good morning, Jim. Hey, brother. Jacob. Jacob says he accidentally lied earlier, claiming a position that he wasn't actually in. Well, my friend, number one, pretty much everybody lies about all the positions that they're in, so don't worry about it. It's just it's a common thing. But thank you for your honesty. You are a giant among men, so feel good about that. Did you, Dr. Steve? You had web issues too? Okay, cool. Wasn't just me. Well, it was odd. I couldn't quite identify it, but my rule is if something weird happens, like that's a technical side thing, and I don't have a chance to figure out how to fix it. I just don't. I just am done trading. My actual capital. That's part of risk management for sure. Is if if you're not in complete 100% control of your execution, don't execute. Just don't. There will be more trades later. You can trade whatever you want to later. It's fine. Why did I want to add? Well, I saw an opportunity to put half my position back on. I'm just trading a two lot today. This market is cruising right now, so I haven't needed more than two lots. There's plenty of points. I'll be interested to see what our average rotation size ticks up to after we got a couple of these weeks in. Okay, cool. What do you want to talk about first? Let's do high time frame because there's some good stuff. Some good high time frame stuff. Okay. Now this gets into our Globex conversation a little bit. So I want to look at, so this is NQ. You guys know I'm mostly trading ES, but like I'm glued to NQ also, always. And this had more clues for sure. So remember, it's Wednesday, so I'm now able to use the full weekly profile of the current week. I don't have to look at the previous week closes anymore. We got enough information. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we're just looking at our weekly bands. And those are these gray guys right here, right? Okay. Now, whatever happened last night, who knows? But it was a massive sell-off. Now, this box down here is a gap. This is a gap from, who knows, 1,000 years ago. The way that we look at gaps as part of auction market theory or whatever you want to call this is we use the RTH session for gaps. Any gap that happens overnight, we don't necessarily count that. I have noticed, though, that oftentimes these things, if you're in a Globex session and you're trading it, that gap close is going to matter. And last night, it definitely mattered. There was a huge buyer down here at 25,300. It's also a round number. That doesn't hurt. But something to put in your, I don't know, toolkit, things you may pay attention to is, if you're watching a Globex session, keep an eye on that. Just because this is an RTH gap doesn't mean that, Globex isn't going to respond to it. I personally think that most of this stuff is just, computers programmed to do whatever they're going to do at specific levels by, other traders, whatever. And so I think that, somebody wanted to buy this and they had, a program down there ready to buy it when it hit. Doesn't matter if it hit an RTH session or in Globex, they just bought it. So sometimes that happens, and, you can't always look for these gaps to fill when you're ready for them to fill. And it's not always going to be clean. It's going to be messy. Hey, Omni. Good morning, brother. So anyways, woke up this morning. I had I had a crazy night. I sold the hell out of this, and then I eventually bought 420. I left one runner. I left an MNQ on overnight because I was like, let's go. If that low looked so good, I was like, okay, let's go. So it's still partying. We got back inside of the weekly -1. So now we're trying to cruise across all of this, this value balance, whatever you want to call this. Next stop, definitely going to be the weekly VWAP right here. We are currently running into this guy. 725 is the previous month +1. And we fell out of that thing, and it's going to be hard to get back inside of this. As a reminder, I used the previous month levels for the first 7 to 10 trading days of the next month. So we're still looking at this. This is also why I'm not too worried about being crazy long up here, because I think if we're going to slow down, it's going to be right up here. Yeah, you're not always ready for the gap to get filled. It's just like the market does what it wants to do whenever it does it. So you got to be willing to accept those different outcomes that happen outside of your time horizon. Because remember, the market doesn't care about you or me. It's doing what it's doing. No, Ramiri, I don't have an alert set. No, I just happen to be I watch Globex Open every night, pretty much. And then given 15 to 20 minutes, if it isn't acting like RTH, then I just close it. I just don't bother with it. But occasionally it will do insane things. Let me do the most cringe thing I can think of and pull up my own Twitter, because that's where I put all these screenshots from yesterday. You'd think I could have saved them. Here we go. So yeah, open this. Yeah, use the photo app. I don't care. Okay, cool. All right, so I can't show you the crosshairs on this, so you're gonna have to be imaginative with what I'm pointing at here. So that big bunch of delta right there. We talk about red team. I talk about red team, blue team all the time. That's all this is. That big clump of delta is a ton of selling. Now, when that happens in Globex, doesn't mean price is going to go down necessarily, but that is a lot for, I don't know, what was it? It was 7 o'clock, 7:30. Most of the Asian markets weren't even open yet. So market was doing something. Once it got below that, I mean, I initially tried to scalp it long. Um, I wanted to take 88 to 92, which I did. I got back to VWAP there, but I mean, that VWAP slope was going crazy down. Um, so I immediately flipped short once I got stopped out on the remainder at 88, was short 88. And then, I mean, it was given 5, 6, 7 point rotations. And I think I eventually got out. Um, that red line there is an order flow lab study that I used for RTH, but I also use it for the Globex session too. There's two settings on that thing. You can have a Globex one, and I use that a lot. Um, so yeah, got out at 78, and I'm like, okay. Um, previous VWAP close for the month, I think was at 72 and a quarter. Um, but once this is what was cool. 78 sold. We get more sell delta there that has been rewarded. And then we have a passive seller step back in at 75. That dude made me get back in. So I slapped another, 3 lots on and took another 4 points on those 3 lots. The way I trade Globex is rats, I got stopped. The way I trade the Globex session is very, very tight. I want, I want to have a 1 point stop. I want to have a 1.5 point stop. I'm trying to risk as little as humanly possible, which is different than how I trade normally. Because Globex it's weird. Anything can happen. Anybody can come in with a bunch of orders and um, move the book around. So, but yeah, so that was that trade. Let me see if I got, what else did I do? Yep. Yeah. So that covers that. So watch for those gaps to not necessarily fill during RTH. It doesn't count as filled, but there's definitely still a player there. So you can write down that other side of that gap as an area of interest if you want to for NQ. Yeah. Yeah. SD's venture, I do use volume instead of time. I don't. I don't. I don't like the time-based candlesticks because it always flows exactly the same. Um, when more volume comes into the market, candles will load faster. When there's less volume in the market, candles will, print slower. So it is a way for me to feel out how the market is moving. So that's why I do that. So it's just a personal preference, but helps with the vibes. All right, NQ's pulling back here at 58. I'll switch to this guy and see how these are printing up. Yeah, it's definitely doing some. Yeah, the big seller up here too. This is going to be a pain. This is going to be annoying to get through. Not that we can't do it, but the other good thing, the other thing you should do, well, you don't have to, but another great idea is you should put, if you ever have a crazy move like last night or just in general in Globex, just put an anchored VWAP on that low or that high, like doesn't hurt. It's good to have. I have it on my other stuff. You see, NQ didn't even really hasn't pulled back to it at all. But let me see. Let me put ES on. ES is a little cleaner. Yeah, this low is better too. So this is what was really encouraging about this morning. Right here, held that VWAP, and it's doing pretty clean, trendy things right now. We got 10 minutes of the Europe close. Hey, Chris. Good morning, brother. Yeah, just the regular one on me. Try to get back into this thing. See what these guys want to do. 15. I feel like this was a level from yesterday. Yeah, kind of right here. Yep. I remember this because I was fighting with it. Full disclosure, I've been completely banged around all week this week, so I needed last night. That was a moral victory. I was like, ugh, I don't know. I don't know if I can buy a good session this week. It's been rough. Yeah, not bad, Chris. I'm sure you had that marked out. Now, Chris is a good example of what I just talked about. He doesn't care when things happen. It could be overnight. It could be RTH. As far as I know, he just counts that stuff because he's like, when it trades, it trades. So if it trades overnight, if it trades during the day, that's a lot. That's a spot he's marking. So that's something. That's something I learned from him. All right, whatever. You want to bid? You want to bid right off the VWAP, nice and clean? We'll give it a shot. Let's pull back to this 14. I'm gonna try to put one on. I'm gonna put a second one on here. Should cruise through that. Passive seller here maybe at 20. Oh, it's getting bigly. Death X, what are you trying to do? Nice, Chris. Okay, good. I thought as soon as I started to say Chris does this, I was like, I hope he really does that. I'm not I'm not putting words in his mouth. But okay, cool. That's what I remembered from us having conversations about that. Oh yeah, I got to do the position tracker thing. I swear that they have turned my playlist is just I have this playlist. It's a billion country songs. Like it's all the country songs I want. There's like 3,000 of them on there. And today it's just playing Lucero. It's just playing only Lucero songs. I don't know why. There it is. Where did I put it though? Oh, there it is. Okay. Got all these screens. All right, cool. There we go. Many hearts. Hmm. Are you serious? You know somebody in Lucero? I'm a big fan. They're good folks. I've met Ben a bunch of times. Big fan. Big fan. Ooh, French police. All right, I'll write that down, Cooper. Yeah, anything that's not K-pop Demon Hunters is good for me right now. So I thought we were through the phase, but then Willow was roomy for Halloween, and so we got deep back into the phase. So yeah, we had to watch. We're pulling up the movie again. I had to watch the movie every night so she could practice her moves. She looked great though. My wife is so incredibly crafty. She made the coolest costume. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Joseph Platinum. There was an iceberg pre-market at 15. Okay. That makes sense. Damn, I didn't see that. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Catnip. What do you mean, dude? Catnip Sniffer says, I don't know why I'm so tilted even when I'm winning. What do you mean? Like you're just nervous? I mean, tilt means different things to different people. So it's all the catnip. Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that you feel like you're angry all the time, bud. First off, that's not uncommon. So don't feel like that's unusual. Lots of people feel like that when they're trading. I mean, the market's hard. It sucks. This is a hard job. It's a hard game, man. It takes everything out of you mentally, physically, etc. So, yeah, don't feel weird about that. But you should, I mean, keep an eye on it, just for your own health and well-being, um, because none of this is. Hold on, we got it at 37. That's a good spot for this. Um, None of this is serious enough to, start chipping away at your health and your mind. You have to protect that stuff. Pax says this all the time. You got to protect your spirit. You have to protect your soul, your brain, your body, all of this. So, um, yeah, but just take it easy. There's no reason to push this. The market's going to be here forever. Um, we can always do this. Yeah. If you're feeling like that, take a break, find some time for yourself, touch some grass. Um, yeah, take care of yourself, dude. Yes. Enox. Trading is magnitudes harder than I thought it would be going into it. Yeah, it's really it's really hard. Um, Anybody that says it's not, I mean, the concepts are easy, executing it is difficult, right? I saw this thing on the internet the other day. Somebody said it was something about the 30-second OR. Pax commented on it, so that's why it came to my attention. But somebody said like they posted a trade off the 30-second OR, and they were saying that like just so you like that's not edge, that's not a that's not a playable level or something. And the truth about all of this is that like the chart part is easy. Um, Levels are easy. Like Kane said, you can just randomly generate levels and they'll probably work. You can trick your brain into thinking that those matter. The hard part is having the stomach to do this and to pull the trigger. That's why I think that there is no real way for edge to ever erode, because all of the edge is just the trader. It's all about execution. Um, so like, yeah, take the 30-second opening range. That thing's been around for 9,000 years. Easily 9,000, maybe 10,000 years. I don't know. Original pit stuff, they use that as a pivot, right? It seems easy. All you do is you take the first 30 seconds of the session and then there you go. Long above, short below it. Now, if that's that easy to do, why isn't everybody the richest person on the planet? Because they just long above and short below it. Because it's hard. It's not that easy. It's not that simple. You have to be able to read the environment. You have to be able to read the DOM. You have to be able to read the order flow. You have to be able to, and that can mean anything. That can mean like looking at Delta, or that could mean like having intuition with candle patterns. It's all the same way to look at the thing. That's why the edge is not the 30-second opening range. The edge is PAX, or the edge is me, or the edge is anybody. The edge is the trader. So no weights, no pushing weights. I'm not trolling PAX, not at all. The only way I troll PAX is when we're comparing footwear. That's the only time I troll PAX. But I'm also trying to, I mean, figured out maybe I could talk him into, if I said his name enough times, he would show up and, and back me up here on this. Oh, also, you're welcome, Catnip Sniffer. Yeah, dude, take care of yourself. And then again, just like, Pax says this, Deli says this too. Um, Deli said this to me at the meetup. He had this big long conversation with me about like, dude, yeah, it's really important that I wake up, I go to the gym, I do the same stuff, I get my routine, and PAX is the same way. I find myself in the same thing, and it helps my mental so much. I get to do, my morning routine with my girls in the morning. I get to go for a run. I get a nice shower. I do a little meditation. All that stuff is like that's taking care of your edge because you're taking care of yourself. You're putting your own mental health and physical health as a priority. And if you do that enough for like a couple weeks, you'll really start to see a lot of intangible benefits come from that. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, make it. Yeah, the edge is positive. So make I don't know. The edge is positive expectancy based on repeatable action, I think. Yeah, sure. But like you have to be I don't for the way that we trade, I mean, we're discretionary traders. Like we are our own edge. And so I mean, we don't have I don't have a computer program doing stuff for me. If I'm not sharp, if I'm not here ready to do the stuff, then it's not going to work. So that's how I view my edge. Man, this thing is so big. I kind of don't. I mean, yeah, I'll cover it. So the monthly and weekly view op is like right here, 30, 37.50. So I don't know. I'll take it. I'll take it off. It's 14 points. It's crazy. Exactly. Stream side. Yes. Oh, Dr. Steve, that's a good point. Yeah. Dr. Steve says you have to be able to, um, I'll say show up when you're on a losing streak. Yeah, man. That's the hardest part, honestly. Finding resiliency in myself that I didn't know existed there. Um, yeah, I don't want to get too emo about it because I can tell I'm tired because I'm getting emo. Um, that's funny. Um, but yeah, that's one of the many gifts that trading has given to me is it's made me a better person because I've found gears within myself that I didn't know that I had, and that confidence that it has given me to come back from to be in a drawdown, still show up every day, still do the work, still try to get better. Doing that for years and years and years will make you very resilient, and you can take that, slide that into your normal life, and probably find that you're a pretty resilient person all of a sudden, as just a human. And for me, that's like I don't know what kind of dad I would be without trading. I don't know what kind of husband I would be without trading. All of the challenges that I've faced with my personal life or with family and stuff, it's all benefited from that resiliency that I found out that I had. And I probably would have never found that out had I not put myself into the arena, as they say. It takes a certain kind of maniac to do it, though. That's for sure. I'm all in my feelings today. Weird. Weird, weird, weird. So I got to figure out 6E too. That's my other thing on my homework list. Because we have the Arena Cup, all the qualifiers are done. So now we take one Monday off, I think. So next Monday will just be normal Ninja Trader World, and then November 17th is the big one. And I need to win. I'm telling the chat, I'm putting this into the air. I need to win because we get to give a ton of money to charity, whoever wins this thing. And I really want to pull it off. I'm probably going to work on this harder than I've ever worked on anything else. Dr. Steve, DM me some 6E cheat codes, please, because I need them. That thing moves enough. So if you're still in the competition, let me give you a little, because we're buds. We're not competing against each other. Um, I can give you some sauce. The thing about you have to figure out which market is going to move the most and has the most tick value, right? So CL, we're only limited to 2 MCL contracts. It's not really, that ain't moving. I mean, unless oil's going to move, who knows? I'll still trade it, but the focus for me, I think, needs to be on NQ and 6E because that is going to pay the most per tick. That's what I need to figure out. Pushing weights asks, did I ever think about quitting? Um, man, probably. I mean, I don't know. Maybe randomly it may have crossed my mind for a few moments, but no. No. When you come into so basically so if you're trying to be a trader for real and to make money trading, you're basically trying to be an Olympic athlete at this because that is the percentage of people that actually pull this off. So the the arrogance and confidence and refusal to give up that you already need to do this is going to be so big that it's going to be really hard for you to quit along the way. So, I mean, there was definitely times early in my trading where, I felt like I didn't know I mean, I didn't feel like I didn't know what I was doing. I definitely didn't know what I was doing. Or, I had, you know, uh, bad advice around me, or I was in a trading room that was a grift. Lots of stuff happened to me early on in the thing. I mean, I was in trading rooms so back in the day, make sure I'm not running. Oh, I got plenty of time. We'll do a little, I'll do a little stow history lesson. So back in the day, after the GameStop stuff happened, a common thread in trading world was you would get into a Discord where people would call out. It'd be like a signal service kind of. Nice, we got filled. Woo! Free bird. Um, people would call out like, I'm in this option, I'm in this position, and you would tail them. That's something that people sold all the time. I'm sure if you've been around for 4 or 5 years, um, you're familiar with this concept. There used to be a ton of them. They'd be like, here's some unusual flow, or here's a dark pool print, or here's this. But like, this is one of my first experiences with grift. A lot of the owners of these rooms, what they would do is they would get themselves into positions in those options already, and then they would alert their rooms to buy those strikes. And in the process of buying those strikes, they would drive the price up, and then the owners of those rooms would sell into the people that they were telling to buy the thing. So it took many, and this is why I'm so passionate about like people not getting ripped off, is because I have been through it, and it sucks to go. It sucks to go through because it takes away, like, it takes a long time to un-F up your brain from that sort of thing. See it? Nice, thank you. Free bird on a delay. Is this the new guy in charge of the free bird button today? No, it's not. It's Austin sleeping. Austin, do you got my Thin Lizzy too? Is that still on the is it still on there? I'm just kidding. But yeah, anyways, so back to that. So early on in my career, did a lot of that. And when you kind of get like mentally rug pulled by enough people, and that, that'll make you feel like quitting. When you feel like the whole thing's a racket, and there's no way to win. But if you can get through that part, and like I said, find that resilience that I didn't know that I had, it'll make you a strong person, make you good, make you better. It's called the White House. That's funny. That's a good joke. That's a very good joke. Crime season, baby. But no, good question. Yeah, I've thought about quitting for sure, for like 5 or 6 minutes. But look at me now. Now I just get to hang out with you guys all the time. I think there's like, um, I think there's like 8, maybe like 10 people that I've come across in all of my time, like 5 years, that are still doing it. And I don't know, I've run into, thousands of people. And, and those people like Leo, I know I just know Kane recently, but I'll put him in there too. Leo and Kane, XY, Nick, Omni, for sure. All those people are extremely strong people in all aspects of their life, and I don't doubt that it's exactly why, because this journey kind of forges you in a weird way. So yep, yeah, it's a confidence, Omni. Very well put. Yes, there is a difference. I'm trying to watch this view up here. So we cruised right through it. ES is coming up to this 68.43. I guess we're just on a moon mission right now. This is previous week low, right in here. Yeah, so we're still like, this is what's tricky about a sell-off. This is why it's important to play. I'll talk about trading again for a second. So Well, let me pull up the big chart. Where'd it go? Oh, here we go. Yes, here we go. Okay, so update. Held this. So this is ES again. Held this. This ledge is interesting. I would consider this a bearish volume ledge, and it was, but we quickly reclaimed it. So now we're in this LVN. We're in decision time. Previous week low here at 43.50. We have not been able to clear it. It popped it yesterday, and just patently refused to go any lower or go any higher. And then we sold off pretty dramatically off of it yesterday. Yesterday was a nasty day. Chop me up. If we can get back into this, we really are partying again. This is another great OFL tool here. This box is a balance area. So we left it, perfectly retested it, and then puked out of it again. So now we're coming in to test it again here. We'll see if we'll have any better luck. But yeah, so this is kind of where I'm looking for this day to end, but it's just bid. Hello. I'm not trying to not answer that question, but it's just not something I'm gonna be into. I get it a lot. It's just not something I'm gonna talk about. I will talk about pretty much anything you guys want me to talk about. I'm pretty much an open book, but save for some stuff. I actually got some DMs that made me feel good today, so that was cool. And I'll also say this too. So I talk a lot of shit about paid rooms and mentorships and whatever. You got to take that with a grain of salt because remember, I'm at my heart of hearts, I am a anarchist. I say that like half jokingly, but if anybody is out there that is watching this and you feel like I could help you with something, just message me. And like if it's within reason, I'm happy to help. I'm happy to give you whatever I can give you, and I'll just do it. So you don't be shy. All of my great trading realizations and everything that I've ever learned from this space came from literally the kindness of others, just doing it for no reason and just helping me. I've told this story a million times. Leo initially helped me with Order Flow Lab stuff. And then as a, great friend and mentor too, probably, I don't know, he would probably throw up if I said that he was my mentor, but just good dude. And same with Omni. I've known Omni for a million years and we've bounced ideas off of each other, a billion times. So I'm happy to do that. We're gonna cruise. We're gonna cruise past it. Previous day high is 49.25. I guess we could keep. I don't know. There comes a point. There comes a point in a trend day when even I'm like, okay, this is too damn high. Oh, Italian guy, Omni is that our dude in the chat above you there. His Omni is his nickname on the internet. Catnip sniffer, don't be mad if we march right through it. Now remember, the thing about levels, that's a good no. So yeah, That's a really good point. If we march through a level and then it is support, that's a clue. That's a key. So, I mean, we just cut right through previous week low, 68.43. Like right through. We can look at the delta. Yeah, nothing. They just bid right through it. There was some sell that was absorbed here. That's it for now. So, yeah, if we're going to cruise through it, that's going to be a clue that the market wants to go higher. That's all it is. That's why you got to be careful with levels, man. You can't just blindly take them. For me, anyways, you got to have some sort of way to see reaction there, anything, right? "2020 Discord goes down. Many such cases, pushing weights. Many such cases." Well, that was kind of a boring day. I took some trades. Oh no, I mean I caught those ads. That was nice. Yeah, I feel good about that. Leaves started falling off the trees today. That's probably also why I got getting my feelings. I get my get those fall vibes going. Nice. Good job, 212. Good job, brother. It makes me so happy when you guys post that you had great trades. Way goes, no, I wasn't. I was not. I dodged that one. Sam is the GOAT, though. The OG money gun, actually. I wonder if Tanya knows about Sam's money gun. Austin, there will be a new episode of Painting the Tape on Sunday. And there's going to be another big announcement on Sunday as well. So get ready for Painting the Tape Sunday. It's going to be a beaut. I think we have a good Steelers game on Sunday, too. I can't remember. Look at this guy. Jim!
Yo, Stowe.
Hi, brother. How are you?
Pretty good, man. How you doing?
Oh, good. Just chilling. I'm kind of in a chill mood today. I don't
Really?
know why.
Well, I've got a little bit of a problem.
Oh, what's your problem?
So when Tracy talks,
Yeah.
I take notes, and I'm down at my Pittsburgh
Oh, man.
my Pittsburgh notepad, and they're all over the place.
That's great. The incline notepad. That's beautiful. When you come up, I'll take you on the incline. We'll go to Mount Washington. We'll see all the stuff. It'll be good.
Oh yeah, no, I can't wait. I'm definitely coming. There's 100% chance of CAG showing up.
Hell yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. All right. We got a lot of stuff planned, me and you. We got the horse mushing event. We got stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I'm actually so down for that. I wasn't joking at all. I mean, Northern Lights, my bucket list is pretty empty. I've done a lot of stuff in my life, but Northern Lights is on it, and
Yeah.
I've never seen those things. So if we can
Yeah.
do it with dog sleds, sounds
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. Oh, when you get older, your bucket list will get bigger and bigger.
Okay, cool.
You'll be like, what? I got to do that. What? So, but I am looking forward to possibly hooking up with XYZ in Las Vegas in a couple of weeks. So I'm looking forward to that
Oh,
possibility.
that's gonna be so sick. I imagine XY Vegas is a different XY too. I bet he's I mean, he tells me he plays baccarat in his robe. So make sure that if he does that, you send me a picture, please.
Oh, 100%. So it'll be on the homepage of Ninja Trader Live, wherever that is.
Hell yeah! All right, perfect.
Oh man. Any event. You're back this afternoon?
Yes, sir. Sure
You
am.
and Nick, right?
Yep, me and Nick.
Very good. It's a 2:30 regular start, 2:30 start, me shy, and then boom, you guys are gonna trade the close. It's gonna be awesome.
Perfect. Sounds good.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, thank you. Everybody, let's give Stowe some thumbs up. Let's make sure we hit that subscribe button. He did a great job as usual, and he is working hard for us. So, thank you, Chad, for being part of this as well. So, and I will see you this afternoon, Stowe.
Sounds good. Thanks, chat.
All right, let's check out some of these futures markets right now, and let's look at gold. I want to talk about gold because it was like. Um, look at this. I have 2 days up here. I decided to put 2 days up just to kind of compare because I really want to see where yesterday's point of control was, right? It was market happiness was just north of that 4,000 level, 4,003. That's where that point of control is sitting. And then I want to look at the today's stats, right? So today's stats, we're getting close to that level. We're getting close to that level. We have that call resistance level though, which is kind of combined with the 0 DTE gamma stuff right here at 4,000. No surprise, nice even number, and that's a nice even strike price. So we just wick to it right now. So that truly is resistance. If we do break through though, we have some targets. We have that 1 day max, which is the next target up here, and that's approximately 408, and then previous sessions highs. And then we have, that's a PAX line 4040, and then R2 right above it, 4046. So we'll see if we could overcome. We've been north of that session VWAP all session long. This is interesting. The London initial balance high and low is kind of about half the size of the U.S. initial balance high and low, but the high is about the same, right? So again, suggesting the same area of resistance. I'm going to just draw a rectangle there just to help me visualize it, and just kind of say, all right, this is resistance right now. We're poking into it right now. We'll see if we can close above it, though. I want to see a candle close above it. This is a 30-minute chart on gold. On the downside, VWAP is going to be a target, and the point of control is going to be a target if this thing sells off at all. So. Uh, Dr. Steve says, I had gold coming down to 39.25, but I had other ideas last night. That happens to me all the time. Yeah, so the lows of the session, if you can count this low wick down here, we're around 35. So never, buyers came back in and pushed us back up. And we're seeing this across the board. I mean, look at where are the stock index futures? The stock index futures are all, back to green. Let's go ahead and pick one. We'll pick the E-mini S&P, take a look. And then we'll look at the Bitcoin, and then we'll go to lunch. I don't know what I'm going to have for lunch today, actually. I might make a tuna salad sandwich. Does anybody have tuna salad sandwiches? They're delicious. They really are. I use a ton of mayonnaise, though. That's probably not really good. Previous day's point of control. Again, I want to check that out. That's 6803. Let's go ahead and open this up a little bit more. Again, we lost. We were above VWAP for most of the session. With onions. Yeah, I chop up onions. Piccalilli. Is it called piccalilli? I don't know. And I have made, who's that dude from Texas? He's the actor. Shoot. Uh, what's his name? Matthew McConaughey's version includes like hot sauce, corn, and peas. And it's really, really good, by the way. It's a little spicy though. All right, we'll get to Bitcoin in a second, but listen, even the S&P, this is, we're above VWAP. We kind of really permanently lost it in the rearview mirror, right between 6 and 630-ish, and then we just kept moving. This old area of resistance up here that we saw overnight, we just blew through it on the first 30-minute candle. We just kind of blew through it, closed high, and kept on going. Our reach now extended to that high vol level, which is also a zero DTE high. I'll get it out. High vol level at 68.45, and there's a blind spot there too. So that's kind of a good touch point that we just hit. Look at the slope of the VWAP though. It's pretty acute to the upside here, suggesting even maybe more upward potential. R1 is right here, 68, 64, and then that 1 day max again is a great, great trend destination when we have trend days. So we'll see if we could pick up the slack a little bit. We're about 130% of the previous range. The ATR 34 period is about 74.46 at this point. So there's big day today. Let's move over to the Bitcoin really quickly here, see what's going on. We're up 3.2%. It's been a wild ride for the Bitcoin. And actually, to put it in perspective, let's go back to the daily chart really quickly here. That's a PAX line, 104,240. We're at it right now. So we bounced off this area of support, long-term area of support back from June. A couple of big buyers wicks popped us back up. We're in the middle of this new consolidation range, right? Because this area of support, this purple rectangle, is now resistance. So we're right in there as well. I'd like to see us pop above it, but we got some work to do to get up there right now. But we're about at the piercing line of this previous red candle. It's the midpoint or the piercing line they call it. It would be good to see if a candle close above it either today or tomorrow, because that would be a nice potential bullish reversal signal should we get it. Pickled red onions, yeah, that's another pretty awesome thing you could put in there. Diced tomatoes, delicious. By the way, the island I live in used to be a giant tomato farm, believe it or not. So we get a lot of really good, really good tomatoes. Dr. Steve says Bitcoin futures is such an underrated instrument. Yeah, it really is. It's a tradable. I was down on it originally, and I'll admit it, I was wrong. Intraday, it moved nicely, right? It trended up nicely today. Let's just kind of look at this and then call it a day. Look at these bands. The bands are sloping up. Now the bands are starting to even out. So we'll see if that continues or not. But we have a nice high in at 104, which is good. We're above that 0 DTE, put support, and we're above that 1-day max. So the targets up top are few and far between. You got to go all the way to 107 at the 0 DTE high vol level. I don't think we're going to get there today. But my guess is we're probably not going to get back down to the VWAP either. But that 1-day max is a good target. It's the bottom of the initial balance. So, and news could come out that we are unaware of. It's called unplanned news. So be on your toes. Make sure you have your stops in. All right, that is today's Edge Report and Lunch Report. I appreciate everybody being here with us on a Wednesday. We had a great start this morning with some great guests already. And looking forward to this afternoon stream. Remember, we're starting at 2:30, and we have Stowe is coming back with Nick for a tick. So I'm looking forward to those guys trading the close. In the meantime, have a nice, relaxing, enjoyable lunch. Thank you for being part of the Ninja Trader community. You guys all are awesome, and I will see you in a couple hours.
On a two
Good afternoon, traders. Welcome to Ninja Trader Live. I'm Tracy Schuchart, senior economist, and here are the headlines why we were away. So we talked about this morning. We had the Supreme Court justices. We got to hear some of their questions to the Solicitor General. We had key conservative justices express skepticism about the legality of Trump's tariffs. We had Chief John Roberts said they were an imposition of taxes on American, and this has always been the core power of Congress. We had Gorsh and Amy Barrett also skeptical of these questions and kind of arguments opposing tariffs. Potential reimbursement, we talked about this. What happens if they are overturned? How do businesses get reimbursed? So potential reimbursement of tariffs came up several times. And a lawyer for the small businesses that are suing the Trump administration for this said they will be able to seek billions already paid to the Treasury, but they haven't really figured that out yet, was basically the gist of the whole conversation every time it came up. Kavanaugh pushed back on the idea that Trump's tariffs were unprecedented, saying Richard Nixon in 1970 imposed a 10% worldwide tax on every import. Sotomayor questioned some of his recent tariffs, underscoring the fact that he threatened to impose a 10% tariff on Canada just because it ran ads on tariffs during the World Series, and he imposed a 40% tax on Brazil because its Supreme Court permitted the prosecution of its former president. So the long and short of this whole situation, what it kind of looks like for now, it kind of looks like it's 5 that are going to vote that they're not legal, to 3 that look like they're going to say it's legal, with 1 wild card. So that still is 5-4. So right now, it looks like they are not into it whatsoever. That said, we talked about this a little bit before. The administration said tariffs are here to stay, even if the Supreme Court rules against Trump. So currently, he's used the International Emergency Economic Powers Act to enact these tariffs, but the administration can use Section 122 of the 1974 Trade Act to put 15% global tariffs on for 150 days. And then it could go to Congress. Or we have Section 301, which allows the president to issue broad tariffs in response to unfair trading practices. And if they chose to use one of these 2 mechanisms, it would have to go all through the court system again if the court system did indeed want to try to stop them from doing this. So even though it looks like it's maybe a 5-4 or 6-3 decision right now, markets don't seem to be bothered by that fact in the least right now. Then we have Tesla shareholders to cast votes with most futures on the line. So shareholders have until midnight tonight, Eastern Time, to decide the fate of his compensation plan, which is which is equivalent to $1 trillion over the next decade, and increase his stake to the company to 25% within the next decade. If they choose to vote against this package, Musk has threatened to leave the company. So we'll see what happens with that. And then we have funding market volatility returns as excess reserves vanish. So rates in the overnight funding markets have started to be in for kind of a bumpier ride, which we haven't seen over the past decade and a half, since before the global financial crisis, 2007 to 2009. Now, why does this matter? Well, with reserves at or at the scarce threshold, banks lose their buffer against shock, resulting in unpredictable swings in those rate and heightened risk of dysfunction in the core funding markets, and funding strains force reliance on the Fed's backstop, like the standing repo facility, but recent events show this support system is being drawn on more and more and larger amounts, underscoring even more stress. So for traders, for the markets, higher and more volatile funding rates can ripple across all asset prices, manifesting in risk repricing across equities, bonds, and the credit markets as investors demand higher compensation for liquidity risk. So just be aware that we could continue to see a little bit more volatility within these markets because it is a liquidity issue across all risk assets. And with that, I will hand it off to Jim for an inch report.
Thank you, Shai. Let's start with the E-mini S&P right now. I've got a 30-minute candle up on my screen, and we've seen a really nice orderly rally ever since 6 to 6:30 candle turned green, and we just kept on rolling here. We had that old overnight area resistance. Forget about it during the initial balance. We just kind of spiked up and kept on going. Broke through Jacks 2, broke through Jacks 3. Broke through high val level. We have a point of control now, relatively elevated up here at 68.61. Now, this is not a really textbook volume profile. Yeah, it's kind of it's actually more like a broken comb if you think of it. You got volume spike here. We have another volume node there. We have a competing point of control down at 21, and then the overnight volume node as well. So it's a little lumpy, I would say. We'll have to come up with a better name for it, but bottom line is right now point of control is at the very north part of the profile now. And I mentioned this to Stowe, and I hope this does not influence his trade going into the afternoon. But we do have 1-day max here, and on trend days up, these 1-day maxes and these 1-day mins oftentimes attract price. Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen today, but I have my eyes on it. It's on my radar screen, and that's right just south of that 68.70. There's that target there for that 1-day max. And previous sessions highs is not that far above it. If this thing turns for the worst, which I don't know, I guess the president is talking right now somewhere. I would say that we got to keep an eye on that VWAP. That VWAP's kind of flattened out now, right? So this kind of trend has kind of slowed down in the last, 2 hours. It has, but it's still, holding its own. The VWAP is just flat at Jack's 2 level, and it's pretty close to the competing point of control also. So, if it does become a situation where we get a sell-off here, this also could attract, right? And it's not that far. It's 31 handles. It's not the end of the world, but that's what's going on with the E-mini S&P. Let's shoot over to the Bitcoin here. Just fascinated with the Bitcoin. We'll just stick with an intraday chart right now since we're up against time. It's looking pretty similar. Looking kind of similar. Yeah, I guess it's looking kind of similar to the last equity candles, but the volume profile really wonky, really kind of out of focus here. Because overnight we had some volume. We did have a lot of volume in the E-mini S&P overnight as well, and things kind of normalized at this point in the day after that ISM number came out. And so now we're kind of like, boom, we hit that initial balance, we rallied, we kept on going. And, look at the slope of the VWAP. The VWAP is sloping up nicely still. And those first and second standard deviation bands are also sloping up nicely. 1-day max is in the rearview mirror. It happened a long time ago. We're past that. 0DT put support. We're past that. And really, there's just a lot of open sky up above. 107,000 is at 0DTE high vol level. And then we have a pivot level right here at approximately 105,835. So anyway, at least for this afternoon, this has been following the same footsteps as our E-mini S&P market as well. Let's go over to the heating oil market. We talked about this yesterday. This is a super important market. Think trains, planes, and automobiles. This is this is the supply chain right here. Let me get my heating oil chart out. Ultra low sulfur diesel is actually really the real name of this contract. It used to be called heating oil, but we have this moving average cross here, and the moving Am I in the right? I'm on the weekly. Whoa, whoa, that was even worse. We have the crosses already happen. I don't know, way back here. We have the 8 over the 21. We have the 8 over the 50. These are sloping up nicely. All three of the moving averages. We already achieved this kind of swing high that we saw on the 25th of September. There's another area of interest right there that we wicked to, but sellers came back and pushed us back down. And that was from kind of a high cluster back in the middle of July. So we'll see if this thing continues. This is actually not a bad market to trade. If you're not sure, well, I have this indicator here that you guys can get if you want. You could just send an email to learn@ninjatrader.com and you just click on it and it shows you the contract specs, right? So you could just click on any market that you have open here on the NinjaTrader platform. It will show you, the contract size, the minimum tick size, the tick value. I know it's a weird tick value here, $4.20, but it's a 42,000 gallon contract. And it shows you the notional value actually at the time when you click. So it's real-time information. It's pretty cool, along with the ATR. So anyone, just send an email to learn@ninjatrader.com and ask for the market stat widget. We'll call it a widget. I don't know if it's a widget or not, but we'll call it that. All right, that is today's Edge Report. Let's get to it. Let's trade the close. We have Stowe and Nick for a tick. How you guys doing this afternoon, gentlemen?
Afternoon, Jim. Hello.
Hey, Jim.
Got the Bucky's hat going?
Yep, Bucky's hat
Oh,
today.
sick. I like
I
that.
like that. I've been to a Bucky's once and I was overwhelmed.
Yeah, it's a unique experience. If you're going in expecting a gas station, you are in for quite the surprise.
Oh, it cost me about $320.
Exactly. And you still got to get gas too.
I got some cool shot glasses. I got those beads you put on the back of your chair to make it comfortable when you're
Oh,
driving.
nice. That's key. Yes.
Yeah. You name it, you can get it at Bucky's.
100%.
I've never been. I've only ever seen it on the internet. Maybe someday.
Tracy goes, I just saw one for the first time last month.
Yeah, there's a Florida
insane.
Bucky's, I think, right?
Is there?
I don't know. Maybe I was wrong. My band told me they went to one on the way down. They drove from Pennsylvania to Florida. So at some point along the way, they got into one and said it was insane. It was they said it was like a Walmart and a truck stop and a barbecue all in the same place.
Pretty much.
So root stand truths just said, and I've heard this from a lot of different people. The restrooms are the best.
That's awesome. That's very important.
Yes, they are. They are known for having very clean bathrooms. Take pride in that.
Oh, yeah, well, there you go. In any event, all right, what are you guys thinking? Let's start with you, Stowe. What are you thinking about this afternoon?
Oh, I don't know. I just want to watch Nick squirm and torture as he's forced to trade the tip top of another trend up day. So
Yeah.
that's what I'm here for.
It's pretty awful. Like this was my thought coming into today, just seeing where we bounced, especially on
Yeah.
NQ last night, kind of closing that like CPI gap that kind of existed, not really, but basically that like retracement back to before we got that weird data release of CPI on a Friday. And then we were pretty much off to the races. So I came in this morning thinking, kind of, there's a good probability if we can get some momentum, we probably go back up to 800. But I didn't foresee this, and I did not foresee ES basically falling asleep the second it got over yesterday's high, and basically was the kind of bottom edge of that balance range we've been in for whatever a better part of a week and a half, and now are doing absolutely nothing. So I don't know. I mean, it's me on trade the close, so naturally I'm expecting range contraction, vol suppression, and absolutely nothing ever happening.
Got it. And by the way, Nick, you could share your chart whenever you're ready.
I am in the process.
Still, I see a lot of red histogram bars on your chart.
Yeah, they're selling up here and it ain't going anywhere. So I don't know. I can't quite buy it. I sold my last runner at 36. So yeah, I'm just kind of waiting. See what this day does. I'm pretty sure I have never seen the NQ DOM be this bid before.
Yeah.
In my life. It was just like it was just pure crossing the spread and like, yeah, I've never seen anything. I've never seen it bid like that. It was at like, I don't know, like 130. It was just straight, just a straight shot up. So I don't know. If it wants to give me a pullback, I'll try to buy it, but I might just have to sit here and talk to Nick about something all day. Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the NQ now, I mean we've done 515,000 contracts so far. The micros have done 1.5 million contracts so far. So there's a lot of volume coming in for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. This is kind of where I thought we would get to. I don't know. I keep pulling up my high time frame chart. Like it's going to show me something different each time. I don't know. I don't know if you guys do that or not, but um, yeah, we're just stuck in this. So we're just doing this node now um, on ES, just sitting here at all these previous lows. This LVN's holding us from higher. This LVN's holding us from lower. I don't know. Is the gamma in the room, Nick? Do you know?
I mean, I don't know. We like pierced through 6,800 without much effort, kind of
Yeah.
post Euro close. It just seemed like once the our friends across the pond left the room that we just launched higher, which
Yep.
I'm all for, but this has been just I don't know. I don't know how to even describe today.
This is a better look. Like NQ is making a little more sense. It's still kicking off the bottom in this balance area here. So I don't know. This might take all afternoon to dig through, or they're just going to run out of gas and pull back, and then maybe we'll go get it. Go get it Friday. I don't know.
25,907.
Like I keep thinking ES is like out of gas up here, but it has no interest in going lower either.
I like that, Jim. That'd be cool.
That's
Close
one day
on that
max
gap.
that's the 1 day max for NQ.
Okay.
Wait, what was it?
907.
907.
25,907. Yeah. That's can't stop. I ain't got no brakes.
I mean, I could
mean-
just try to short 880s again, like I did yesterday.
We've traversed the entire day yesterday. Previous day highs at 893.
Yeah.
I know. Absolutely insane.
This market's so fun. I love when it does ridiculous stuff.
But it did majority
Really
of
brings me
it
joy.
in the overnight, and then
Yeah.
just a straight, to quote Farm, a piss missile off the open, and
piss
we're
missile,
and we're
confirmed.
gone. So it's like if you hesitated, like I kind of did, you basically did nothing today.
So just remember, everybody, when Stowe says previous day's high, he's looking at RTH. He's not
Yes,
looking at
RTH.
overnight. So just
Nope.
so there'll be people going, wait a second, that's not the high yesterday.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's way down there.
Yes.
595, yeah.
Some people live in RTH world, some people live in ETH world.
I like to do both. I celebrate both worlds.
Do you?
Yeah, of course.
Wow.
Look at this thing.
Because you're a Renaissance man,
I am a Renaissance man, yes.
for sure. Nick is a Texan. I don't know if he's RTH or ETH or both.
I am RTH. I have grown in my trading to just stay away from even caring as much about what the extended hours session did. I mean, I look at overnight high, overnight low, but that's about it.
Salad food, thank you. Appreciate that kind words. So, all right, guys, listen, I am going to dip into the chat, and
Do it.
as usual, I'll be rooting for both of you. Wish you the best of luck, and I'll talk to you at the end.
Thank you, my friend.
All right.
Thanks, Jim.
Well, here we are again.
Yep. just nonsense. I mean, yes, I would love it. I mean, I thought we were going to leave this little node that it was building up here at 6850s the first time. I think when you were, I think you got long down there at like 46 and change on that little dip, whatever you
Yep.
want to call that generational low of the session.
The pullback, yes.
Yes. I mean, which it feels like everyone bought last night's dip with both hands as if it was a generational low. And then you have, I don't know, seeing things on X last night and even this morning, and then seeing the president blaming the shutdown on why the stock market is down. It just makes me laugh. It's like we correct 3% from the all-time high and everyone starts crying in the casino.
For as much as it's said there's no crying in the casino, there certainly is a lot of crying in the casino.
Oh, there is, and it feels like everyone forgot how violent 2022 was at times,
Oh God.
and how short people's memory are. People weren't trading, I guess, then coming off the previous whatever you want to call the euphoria that was 2021, the SPAC bubbles and all the other BS that was happening
Yep.
post COVID. Um, but things got very violent, and I don't know. I don't remember that level of crying on some of those pullbacks of a couple percent. And now we move what almost 40% in NQ, and we get a 3% pullback, and everyone starts freaking out. Like, are you kidding, guys? That's very healthy if you're bullish. I'm telling you.
Yes, I mean we had 4 or 5 gap up days in a row in NQ.
I know.
We needed to come back down for a second.
We literally are still we are back to trading above that CPI candle. Like, we're back.
We're back. We are so back right now.
Price is not seen since the 25th or 26th, whatever.
That's so
Oh
good.
man.
But this is why I don't swing anything. This is why I don't trade options. This is why I don't do any of that stuff. Because it's like, it's fine. I don't have to get into the noise. I open up the thing every day. This is what it is until I close it. And then it's going to be a new thing tomorrow. It's fine.
Yeah,
It's very freeing.
I'm sure anybody that was in a swing short felt really good about 9 p.m. Eastern last night, and then woke up this morning and was very upset.
I was talking about oldie timey times on the midday today, and that reminded me of many times I opened my app and I was ready to cash in all my awesome options, and I was like, wait, why are they selling off 15 minutes before? Hey, wait, where's it going? Where's the price going? Hey, come back. Yep. Classic stuff.
Always. I don't know if I'm going to do a whole lot here.
Dude, they should have put you on midday with me. We could have basically hung out for 8 hours. Also, a reminder, we're recording a podcast after this. So.
Oh, you're right.
This is your friendly reminder.
Well, the worst was last night. I thought we were doing it yesterday after the close because I thought yesterday was Wednesday when we were closing. So
I did. You did? That's awesome.
I came to my desk at 3:05. I had just put some ribeyes in my sous vide that I was going to cook last night. Ooh. And I was like, all right, cool. I got dinner ready to go. As soon as we're done, I can get those on the grill. We'll be great. And then I realized it was Tuesday. So I called my wife, who was on her way to take the baby out of the house and just, do something, get out of the house for a little bit. And I was like, can you come back and get me? Because I'm actually doing nothing now. So all good things.
It's a perk. It's a perk to not know what day it is.
I guess, sure. Yeah.
It's definitely, it's a gift. It's true, Ralph.
Yep.
Hey, some people listen to it. There are dozens.
Yeah, there's at least 7. And they're all here in the chat. I can promise you that. Those 7 individuals who listen to me, Stowe, Leo, and XY ramble about trading.
I wonder if XY is going to pop in.
He said, guest. I mean, that would be amazing. I just don't know if he's, what kind of day he's having or evening he had in Japan.
That's true. Yeah, okay, so this is so he's just waking up now, I think?
No, I don't think he's waking up till 4, 5,
okay,
or maybe cool. 5 Eastern.
Okay.
Maybe 6.
Yeah, Ralph is maybe the one of the most rabid painting the tape listeners that exists. He is also a dabbler in sarcasm.
Well, I promise everybody in the chat range contraction, and so far so good.
Can it get any tighter? Is this one of those days where I have to zoom in until I'm in physical pain? Possibly.
Yes, it is very likely. As ES has been in a 5-point range, let's call it, for, virtually the last 3 hours.
Okay, it's only 5 o'clock in Tokyo. Okay, fair enough. Okay. I just miss talking to my friend. I do the same thing if Nick was on vacation. Leo goes on vacation.
5 a.m. So we might be able to swing it. He might be awake. I don't think he's going to join us, but
he ain't joining us.
As he shouldn't. He's on vacation.
How'd the chat do today? You guys okay? Everybody marked safe from this straight line piss missile?
Mark safe from the crash of November 3rd and 4th.
Oh, this guy is asking about earnings. Nick, do you look at earnings stuff?
Not, I mean, I do, but I don't. Do I trade around it? No. For certain single stock names that I own, yes. But I mean, I'm not a trader of single stocks. I tend to
Yeah.
just buy and hold and, at least wait for hopefully a 20-30% gain over time on some of them if I'm thinking about selling them. Otherwise, I'm just planning on holding them for until something changes in the narrative of some of these names. And some of it is
Oh boy.
shares I acquired from working in tech and stuff like that too. So I'm just add to those. But that was a nice little punch in the face by NQ.
Yes, it was. ES did not budge, but that was a bunch of people got a big sad. Okay, so we're at 880. I am curious to see what happens up here because I mean this is scene of the crime. Hold on, I'm sorry, let me zoom in so we can all see this at the same time.
Enhance.
Enhance. Enhance. Yeah, I
Looks
don't
like-
I don't ever remember. I don't think I've ever I don't own like companies on purpose though. So I don't like do any earnings things, EBITDA.
Oh, that's way beyond me. I just
Okay.
So here's the thing. Like when I worked, I had a lot of customers, clients that are Fortune 500. So I was always curious or potentially buying names that a lot of my customers, sorry, lose my voice here. I was looking into names that a lot of my customer base was using, let's say, in their tech stack, their IT stack.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
that was
yeah.
because these are big, and I kept hearing certain names that I wasn't familiar with. So a lot of mine, at least my tech basket, was kind of built in that logic.
Okay. That's cool. That's smart.
Nick, were you trading while working full time? Unfortunately, yes, very much so, especially in 2021 and 2022, and then was promptly cut in 2023 during the first round of whatever we want to call those layoffs. So yeah, correlated, maybe not. I don't know.
No, it was not.
No, it's probably more correlated that I had a stock vest that was coming up for a lot of money because my price was based on 2018, 2019 pricing. So yeah, pretty generational lows back then. If you look at some of those tech stocks post temper tantrum from Powell and pre-COVID.
Yep.
So maybe that was part of the logic. Hey, this person's about to get a very expensive vest that we could pull back into a company pool. It's very possible.
Boy, that's some classic scumbag behavior, isn't it?
I mean, I could have probably fought. I could have probably went on like medical leave or whatever, and found ways to stretch it if I really wanted to, but I didn't need to. I thought I was going to be able to find a new job very quick, like with my severance. And, here I am trading full time and on the stream with you. So clearly something worked out and also did not work out with my plan.
Yep. It's true. Plans are like that. I mean, the more I try to plan stuff, the more, left field randomness happens in my life anyway. So, yeah. But we all, I think, had a period in our life when we traded and worked at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how could you not? Unless you were independently wealthy.
You're right.
And then in that case, I probably wouldn't. I don't know if I would get into trading. I would just.
I mean, I feel like everyone who was kind of trading, like everyone seems to, at least people that I've encountered, like really caught the bug around the same time I did. So that like 2019, 2018 and into COVID. And then it was like all bets are off at that point because it became so, I guess, the access changed. Like it was so easy to do these things. Like futures got exposed to me. I think Robinhood and others were coming out where it was so like user friendly to buy things very easily on your phone that suddenly it was easy to just get involved with it.
Yes, the gamification was perfected. The confetti
100%.
would show up. Buy a share. Kapew! You did it. Great.
Do either of you use prop firm accounts? I'm learning trading to hedge against layoffs as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was how I kind of got my start really like finding success with futures. I think I've talked about this many, many times, but when you get laid off and you're trying to save every last cent you have, it didn't make a lot of sense to continue trading my own, personal cash account at the time because I didn't know when the next paycheck was going to come in. So that's kind of when I actually started in 2023. Like really, I had traded props every once in a while, but really kind of like making that a focus. And it also was like it coincided with me really figuring out how to be effective with my strategy in futures.
Yep, same. Every dollar from my risk capital has come from some sort of funding company, one or the other. It's just what I had. It's just what I had to work with, so I had to make it work. I mean, there's arguments to and fro for. I hear the other side of the aisle and their opinions about it, but it that opportunity certainly changed my life and wouldn't have. Well, if I was faced with losing my job and I didn't have this to fall back on, I have no idea how I would have survived that and taken care of my family. So,
yeah, it's same thing with me. Like
Yeah.
if things in this world hadn't kind of transpired the way they are, like I met a lot of people starting that route with props. It kept me in the game when, like I said, I didn't know when that next paycheck, if or when or how it was going to come. So for me, once you kind of burn through that, like if you get laid off like I did in February of 2023, and I mean, still to this day, I have had one job offer throughout that cycle, and yeah, you kind of had to find another way. And for me, it just was like, even if I was trading a small cash account at the time, which I was, like it was no bigger than like 20 grand. So for me, I was not trying to potentially lose that on a tilt day and suddenly 10 grand goes poof because I'm an idiot one session. Like I just was not ready to live in that world because that's over a month of expenses and things that I needed to keep moving and support a family. So for me, it was like an easy decision of like, how can I stay in this game, keep learning, keep getting better while also passing the time because, how you can't sit there and apply for jobs for 8 hours a day every day and hope something's going to magically manifest. So it was for me also a way to learn a new skill and pass the time.
Man, it was so brutal to try to get a new job after losing. I mean, I had my job for like 15 years and it was painful because I didn't have a college degree. I had nothing except experience and I was not able to get in the door past a robot without some sort of college degree. So I figured out how to speed run an associate's degree. And it took me 7 months and it cost me $900. It's one of my most interesting side quests I've ever been down, but I was very, very proud of running that scam. It was a good one. And then I didn't need it by the time I was done.
Of course. That's usually how it works.
Yeah.
I was you go through like weird cycles at that point because that was like, hey, do I take out a loan and go get my MBA and try to reset? Because like things weren't clicking. Tech got weird like all of 2023. Nobody was really like the old days where I would get LinkedIn messages from another company in the Mag 7's recruiter, like just offering to talk about a role that I was not even interested in applying for. They just were reaching out to me and talking about absurd offers. Like that time during 2022 existed. And then 2023, it magically poof and went away. And they stopped doing that stuff. They stopped like outbidding engineers and people in these roles just to get them away from the other company. That stopped. And a lot of the roles I think did too. And you see the continue to that bloat when AWS and Amazon basically just lays off another 20,000 people last week.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm kind of thankful I did not do loan and go get my MBA because I feel like I would be very pissed if I was doing this now and had done that. What a waste.
I hadn't filled out like a proper job application since like 2008 for a video store. Like it was crazy. The shock of like, I mean, even my friends were like, well, what's your LinkedIn look like? Is it formatted well? And I'm like, the what?
The LinkedIn?
I have a what now? You're telling me I have to get Facebook for jobs?
Oh, it's a cesspool too. The amount of times, and this is like a really funny, stupid way to think about it. I think I'm like going on LinkedIn and coming out of that world and seeing just what people post, and it's like the I guess the joke of it is like someone who just had surgery, but they're like they're out of office is like you can contact me anytime, but I'm away like dealing with a health problem, and like that's our culture in the 9 to 5 world it seems. So you
Yeah.
see people like drinking the Kool-Aid, and then you like I said, you have an Amazon situation where it's like there's no loyalty, you are a number, and I just sit there and think, looking at some of these posts still on LinkedIn, where it's like I am one 0 DTE YOLO away from being an absolute menace for the rest of my life on LinkedIn because that's the kind of money I want. I want that kind of money that I can be an absolute menace to people posting things like that on LinkedIn. That's what I want. I want to be a
Uh,
LinkedIn troll, not a Twitter troll. I want to
you,
be a reply guy on LinkedIn.
dude, you had your trend down day shot the other day. You should have full ported, man. You missed
I
it.
just it's never going to be what I do. I just happened to get lucky and hit a 10xer, but I ain't doing that with a ton of size. I can tell you that much.
Oh, cool. Yes, stove full ported a degree. It is a cool story, Ralph. I will tell it briefly because we have nothing else to talk about.
Yeah, we're
So
still trading in the same spot.
you can do okay. So what I did is I discovered a entire culture of people that do this. There is such a thing as speed running degrees, and you can go to Reddit and you can find the different ways to do this. And I did it with a combination of a website called Sophia, which allows you to take at your own pace as many classes as you can. And they give you credit hours for those classes. So, and it's a monthly fee. I think it was $100 for per quarter. So for $100 every 3 months, I could take as many classes as I could, as fast as I could. And once I had them all in there, they all transferred to a college in West Virginia. I have to look at it. It's called Pierpont, Pierpont Community College. And all I had to do was take one online course from a accredited university, which I think I did like University of Arizona or something, and transfer that. And then they just wrap up all the credits for you, and then you just pay them, and there you go. So I think the Sophia cost me like $400. Okay, I think it took me like 8, 9 months, and then the other class plus the actual fee for the diploma and everything, it was under $1,000. So yeah, it was crazy. I was a total psycho during that time. It was like I did it 15 hours a day. That's all I did was just study, learn, take tests.
Yeah,
No,
that's
I
kind
did
of how
not.
I felt trying to learn this world too.
Yes, also.
It was like I got over, I guess, spending like 8 hours looking at jobs, and my wife even telling me like you need to stop, like you need to do something else. Like you can't apply for jobs for the entire day. It just doesn't work that way. And
Yep.
it wasn't until I had an offer rescinded by somebody in the Big Four that I decided, like, F this. Like, I need to find a way to make this work without a job right now because clearly it's me or something. Like something's going on here.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, it wasn't even that it was rescinded. It was like we're going to revisit your employment opportunity in a year from now after our hiring freeze. And I was like, "Are you kidding me?" One of the largest consulting companies in the world, and I'm like, "Are you kidding? Like, is that a joke?"
Crazy man. Yeah, it was cool. Yeah, I did it under a year. Yes. Oh, thanks, guys. That makes me feel good.
Yeah, that's really impressive, man. Speed
It,
running
a lot of
any
this
kind of
stuff,
degree or any kind of educational system is insane.
the math was hard. Once I got into calculus sucked a lot. Um, there was a lot of stuff that I liked though. I remembered it was kind of a cool thing because I hadn't been to school since I did like one semester at college before I didn't go to class. I just played in bands. I just went because I thought I had to. That's where my girlfriend went. So I was like, okay, I'll go to college, I guess. Um, and Yeah, so it was fun kind of going back and learning stuff. I really like history, so that was cool. I took a lot of history classes. Um, yeah, it was fun. John asks, how long did it take to make more in trading than your former job? Almost instantly, because
Yeah.
I barely made any money at my former job.
I mean,
But that's just a me thing.
it was my first year actually like saying I'm going to do this. Which I mean, it just kind of naturally happened. It wasn't like I was just, I had some very big months and I had some very bad months, but at the end of the year, it all kind of equated to, oh, the math is mathing with me continuing to try to do this.
Yep. I think I mentioned this earlier. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure what I talked about on the midday. I feel like I was rambling a little bit. Um, but the amount of personal resilience that this thing builds for you while you're doing it is pretty crazy. And it was shocking to me how you know, it kind of like it informed me as a person more than I thought that it would. And it's weird because it's like it's just me and the screen, There's not really, I mean, this is before streaming. So you're just kind of in this world by yourself, truly making your own way. And if you do that for a couple years, like you kind of get tough, you know what I mean? It's pretty cool. Fly it here. I was bordering on insanity my first year. Yeah, same.
Yeah,
I'm still
100%.
starting next to it.
I mean, yeah, I think I still have those days where I'm like, yeah, clearly I should go to therapy instead of continuing to press buttons every once in a while.
Absolutely true.
After
Yes.
after the last couple of years that I've had, and the survival mindset that has existed, and multiple rungs of that, where it's like, oh, my wife's like not health is her priority and is not going to go back to work. Oh, my wife got pregnant, and then there's a kid, and then it's still me doing this. So it's like it just continues to amplify. Clearly, yes, I need to talk to somebody one of these days.
I like therapy. I'm a proponent, but I had a
I
really
am
good
too.
one. So
ChatGPT is my therapist.
that's cool. It's cheap, very cheap. That's much cheaper than actual therapy, McNazi. So you're good. Good call on that. That's kind of like what I did with my associate's degree.
How did you both meet your wives? I ask because they must be very patient people with your job difficulties.
Yeah. Blind date.
Nice. I didn't know that.
Yep, blind
That's
date.
cool.
Yeah. How about you?
My wife and I met in college, and reconnected randomly out here in Dallas. Your younger brother actually was in my fraternity
Oh,
as
cool.
well. So we knew each other, but never were that close. And then kind of rekindled living here in Texas.
That's awesome. Yeah, my wife and I were just like instant right away. Um, Also on that blind date, I bowled a 280 with a house ball. So she pretty
What?
much had no choice but to date me from there. Yeah,
That's
yeah, yeah,
that
yeah.
is that is very impressive.
Yeah, I was full bowling Chad that day. I don't know what happened. But like I don't know, about like 8 Yinglings later, I bowled a 280 with a house ball, and it was beautiful. And it's been bliss ever since. No bumpers. Are you joking? I'm insulted, James. No. Yeah, true. That's the tism kicking in, Ralph. You got it. I remember it's burned. I can still see the screen. There's a fine line between the tism and a photographic memory. I'm not sure which one I'm cursed with, but it's one of the two.
Hmm. I feel like a lot of us are.
We actually joined a bowling league after like quite a that was part of our journey too. Lord knows we don't have time for that anymore, but um, back when we were young, people with time, we did that.
Yeah, I was the same. Like when I was back still living in Southern California for a little bit, it was like the beer league beach flag football on Sundays, like
Yeah,
just
yeah.
just fun stuff. And now
Yeah.
it's like I don't know how I could even find the time. Like I've said this to you, but it's like I give I give the baby a bath and put her down, like done a little after 7, and then it's like my brain just needs to shut off. Like I can't imagine doing anything else outside of basically ending my day at that point. Like
Yep.
it's the only time I kind of get for like truly myself where I don't have to try to make money, do all these other things, just can kind of relax. And then I record a podcast with you sometimes right after I do that.
True. Yes, very true. This will be interesting. So we have a guest. We have a special guest on
We
that
do.
we're recording, and it will be out on Sunday. And I'll give you a hint on the guest. We have to record early because of their time zone.
And it's not XY.
No, and it's not XY. I wish it was, but
Yeah.
he's eating fancy steaks, living his best life right now.
Oh, I think we actually revealed it this morning before you came on.
Oh, you turkeys.
Or I think they revealed it. Yeah, Leo
Okay.
spilled the beans.
All right, it's Kane.
If it's
Breaker
Kane,
thing.
I'm not listening. Well, spoiler alert.
All right, Ralph, I'm going to have to listen to it twice by myself then, just to count, make sure your listen gets in there.
If anyone else has interesting topic ideas you'd love for us to potentially cover tonight, let us know.
Actually, the chat gave Leo a crazy good one.
Yeah, that one was interesting.
Yeah, we'll do a whole episode on that. Also, speaking of props, I realized that at the end, so I had to go back through. Also, we're very excited to announce that NT Live has become part of the Painting the Tape world and is sponsoring us. So you will hear nice little live reads that I created. Please give me compliments on those because I worked very hard, by the way. But when I was going back through and plugging those live reads in, we promised people an episode entirely dedicated to prop firms, and then we just totally forgot to do that.
Well, the whole point was like we had to bring in, I think we were going to bring in Kane to do it, and we could totally do that tonight, but we also cannot do the prop episode without XY.
True.
Like that makes no sense to do because he's going to have a lot of opinions on it, just like as much as I would and you would. So,
yep. True.
You know, I think we need the full gambit of you, me, Kane, XY that can give the perspective on the prop world a little bit.
Yep. Makes sense. Jai asked, when are we getting the XYZ playbook? I don't want to write a check somebody can't cash, but it's looking good for Sunday for Nick and XY. Whole thing should be good to go Sunday. Cross your fingers.
Yes, you will get hopefully the first introduction of my playbook, which is the framework. And I'm going to start doing some things. We'll throw them in there, but it's going to be, you'll get at least the overview of mine, which I think everyone at this point understands because it's just it's the Cliff Note versions of probably Leo's more than anything.
I mean, that's why I don't really have a playbook. Is it's a lot of just look at Leo's.
Yeah, that's I said that to somebody once, but it's just I like anything else, and I put this in my introduction too, where you might find the four of us have similar mindsets, similar ways we look at the market, but we interpret things probably a little bit different. And one of those ways may resonate to you more than the others. Like the way I describe something may resonate to you more than the way Leo does or Stowe does. So that's why it's always good to get different perspectives. And that's always how I learn too. Some people teaching the same things to me when I was learning, it sounded different depending on how the information was presented to you. So.
Yep. Somebody asked me earlier how I got into how I started using VWAP and VWAP standard deviations. It literally was just 4.5 years ago. I was just clicking on YouTube and I found our dude, Anthony Crudelli, talking about VWAP and VWAP standard deviation bands. And that's when it first went in there. I was like, okay, that clicks for me a little bit. And nothing had done that in trading at all. But it was the way that he talked. I mean, you guys listen to him talk. Obviously, he's the skilled speaker. The way that he explained it, the way that he broke it all down, something clicked. And that's kind of all you need. I think you just need the right person to show you something and it'll get it going.
I mean, whoever is iron condoring this 5 point range in the S&P right now, I hope bad things happen to them and nobody else. Because this is miserable.
I mean, somebody's got to sell every lot that exists right here at the previous day high. Somebody's got to do it. It's hard work. Somebody's got to do it. I can't believe we've killed an entire hour doing this, basically. I can't believe it's 3:19 right now. Wow.
I promised them range contraction. So the market giveth and taketh away.
Look at this thing. I mean, look at the wow.
There is nobody trading this. This is just algos and somebody wants to pin price here, apparently.
It's impressive. It's impressive. Well, Jim promised me 68 or else I get a free bottle of gin or something. I forget what he said. So either way.
I could see it, but I'm not seeing anything that shows me it's going to happen today. Or at least before the RTH close.
CLZR says, any reason for RTH VWAP with standard deviation bands versus the full session? Yes, there is a reason. I don't have a way to quantify it, but I just have found that they're more responsive to what I'm up to. Caveat being, though, on days where there is a very large overnight move, I will also reference the 24-hour bands. Because if there's so today is one of those days. I've got them both pulled up. I just pull TradingView up on my phone and have them floating around, just to reference, just to see if and they're pretty much lined up right now. But yeah, good question. It's all just personal preference, honestly. But yeah, it's like, what's that? 46, 48. Yeah, like for example, the 24-hour +1 is 68.46, and this is 68.49. So, like this, it's like right down here right now. So, it's pretty close, and they're not like, I don't use them like to the tick, so that's important too. It's just a guide. Flight here, you really have a beef with the pajama traders. I'm learning that about you today, man.
I mean, the overnight traders have had all the fun apparently the last 2 days.
Yeah. I mean, someone was selling with a fury last night. It was wild.
It was very interesting to see.
Whoo! I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that level of.
It was weird.
Overnight.
Like, yeah, you had South Korea's exchange did a limit down. Like, there were some weird things going on last night.
I did not know that.
Mm-hmm. I think the Nikkei was down like 3% at one point. Like, it was clearly a violent start to the session in Asia, and then everything was fine shortly.
Yeah, Farm posted the Men in Black.
Yep.
Clicky button thing. I was like, yeah, that's nothing to see here.
But every time I've ever tried to short the overnight, it is like the most stereotypical like buyers who refuse to ever get like there's no exhaustion. It just continues to march higher every single time I've ever tried to short the overnight.
Dude, I mean, when I was doing it, I was like, I felt like I was committing a crime. I was seriously like, this can't work. This has never worked once.
I'm sure if like we ran stats, like it is literally like one of the dumbest trades you could probably take statistically, because I believe like we just tend to drift up between RTH close and the RTH open. It just is, it's historically very, very bullish. So it's a fool's trade in theory, but maybe I'm wrong.
It's like taking the dragon bet, you got to somebody's got to take the dragon bet.
Oh yeah. SoftBank was doing SoftBank things. I think they lost, or they had like a minus 15% day. But once again, why?
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. Maybe it'll come out in a few weeks. I have no idea. Maybe XY can give us boots on the ground of what's happening during the Asia session, like why this stuff is happening.
I did ask him to try to go to the exchange, and he said no. It's like, no, I'm not gonna do. I'm gonna do.
He's like wants nothing to do with pressing buttons or anything to do with trading right now, and I don't blame him. I would be the same way.
Yep.
Flying halfway across the world, like yeah, eating some lovely steak. I did have a very good or two very good fillets last night from the cow.
That's awesome. Yeah. The cow's still rolling. How
Cow,
you got a
there's
dent
so
in
much,
there or what?
I have given away meat to neighbors, my brother-in-law. Like, dude, we're not even making a dent. But thank God it's like it's cold here now because a lot of them are like the round, like other cuts where it's like this needs to sit like in a stew or like just kind of in a pot for a very long time
Yeah.
to kind of break down and be tender. And like you don't really, I can smoke some of them, but
Yeah.
a lot of them it's like this is me making like some kind of very like heavy cold weather type of meal. So
Yeah.
thankfully I can start doing those.
Now the leaves falling down today. I was like, this is nice. They're getting into some winter meal territory now.
Mm-hmm.
Time for
Soup
me to
season.
time for me to pack on that extra 10.
Yeah.
Mostly made of stroganoff. It's primarily stroganoff.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna make a beef stroganoff with one of these cuts. That was the other thing I wanted to do.
That's awesome.
Nick, who is the guy that got your brisket? Did he cook it up yet? Yes, he did receive the brisket. The brisket. I believe it's a Fiber Optic is his chat name, but I believe he got it, and I think he's doing it with friends or a buddy who has an actual smoker, so they're gonna do it the right way.
That's awesome.
He's saving it for Christmas. Smart man. Yeah, I'm doing brisket and I think a like a turkey breast on Thanksgiving. That's my plan. I don't know what I'm doing for Christmas yet. Oh, there he is. Yep, saving it for Christmas.
Nice.
That's the way to do it. I did brisket on Christmas Day last year. It was terrific. And since we had the newborn, it was like that's what I'm doing. I'm just putting this on the grill and hoping for the best. There's going to be no sides that are not microwavable, basically. I think we did like Velveeta shells on the stove. That was your side, and then I think a veggie, and that was about it. I was not going crazy.
That's my preferred mac and cheese.
It always hits. I can tell you that much.
Shells and cheese slaps. It beats every other variant. Absolutely, hands down.
All right, are they going to roll this back to the IB high now?
Maybe.
Something stupid. I mean, if we leave all that volume up there could be somebody who needs to puke.
Let's get this guy. Let's sort this turkey out.
Not quite dead body worthy, maybe it is, but we're leaving a lot of volume up there. Point of control's up there.
Mm-hmm. God, I mean, IB would be insane. It's 20 points away.
Oh, I guess I'm thinking NQ. NQ is a little. Well, no, where is it on NQ?
No, it's far, dude.
Oh, it is far. I guess I'm
it's
thinking
far.
of.
It's
Sorry, I
718.
was looking at like. Do you remember 780's guy from yesterday?
Yes.
That's what I was thinking. Like,
Okay.
because I'm looking at the node and I'm like, oh yeah, just like right there. That's like IB high. No, it's not.
All right, tick this guy. Tick. We got 46. So yeah, here's the 24-hour, by the way. So I am watching both VWAP bands.
We got previous week low on ES at whatever 43 and change.
Just for fun.
You
Throw it
throwing
in
one
there.
on?
See if we can get some rotation. Yeah, it's doing the stuff.
Well,
It's doing the stuff. Need to get back above previous day high, obviously, 49. So, but I don't know. This high is annoying. NQ's is good, but I don't know. Go take this out. This is good. Good RR.
I really don't know what ES has been doing here.
It's just taking his time.
It's one of those where it's like I took a whatever. I'm taking like a basically a scratch day, and I traded several times, but clearly a lot of scratches and a couple small stop outs. But it's just mind numbing for me trying to trade ES today. I should have just traded NQ because there was a long setup that I just was like, nah, I'm gonna wait, and it was gone, and it was gone again,
I
and
mean,
gone.
ES was moving quick today. I mean, even on the way up, I was surprised. It felt like a ton of volatility.
It was weird
But
in that
going up,
like yeah, that like 68.15 to 68.30s little consolidation chop, whatever that was, like we were kind of whipsawing. Like some of the wicks on the 5 minute candles were like 9 points, like very quickly.
yep.
So we'll
Hmm.
see. Maybe we can get a little movement here.
I mean, 3:30 happened and nothing happened.
Nothing
So
ever happens.
that's annoying. Um, yeah, they're definitely
Whoop.
pushing. They're definitely pushing on something here. Maybe we can go get the previous week low, which is at 44.
Yeah,
That's gonna
that'd be.
that's gonna stop me out if we do it, but that's okay.
I mean, we got generational low here at last week's low. Because according to Tom Lee, we're going to 7,000
Today?
by year end.
Oh, okay. Is that the watch and learn guy?
No, that's
Okay.
not him, but he's the other guy that's just like a absolute perma bull uh, kind of guy that's always on CNBC and stuff, and just
Okay.
makes me laugh with some of his calls. I mean, he's been right a lot, but some of it is just like, okay, dude, you're just saying high number to the upside. I think he also like Ether. He was calling like some absurd number because he's also heavily invested in it.
Oh, so just talking his own book. That's what I assume
Probably.
most of
They
those all
all
those
those
dudes are
guys
doing.
do. All
Yeah.
that whole
Yeah.
that whole show or that whole network I feel like is about people pumping their own bags.
Yep.
Yeah, watch and learn is David Hunter. Thank
Oh,
you,
thank you. Thank you,
Shap
Shap.
Cap.
Shap Cap. Yep. Drip, drip, drip.
Thank you. Really just like stair stepping down a little bit, but it's gonna bounce. It's gonna bounce here. I mean, there's still plenty of time. Maybe the market's waiting for. I mean, we've just been up and off to the races, at least in NQ. But I feel like are we waiting for something like I don't know when the Supreme Court ruling on tariffs is supposed to come in.
Oh yeah.
And I know Tracy was talking about like all the different ways that they could still get around it. So I don't know if that matters anyway.
Yeah, that's its own game of like here's all the fun. I mean, this is why lawyers exist, right? It's just
Exactly.
like, here's laws. Okay, here's our billion loopholes. So it's like it's extremely frustrating to watch because it's like there's all this effort, there's all this hype about like, okay, this is gonna be okay. We're waiting for this ruling, and it's like, well, actually, we'll just do it this way instead. So
Tracy says it could take weeks. For some reason, I thought, or maybe I was misread things that was like they were going to give the ruling today, but maybe it was like the proceedings were starting today, clearly.
Okay. I don't know, Shap. The VWAP might be a bit of an ask.
Yeah, that's 68.20 on ES. Or that's the 24 hour, excuse me.
Yeah, but I mean, 68.31. You might as well get the IB while you're down there. on
which
ES.
that also would put us with the gamma in the room around the
Okay.
IB high, because that's where 6800 is. Which also kind of made sense why we were pinning like right where we were, because that was like the midpoint, I feel like, between a lot of things.
I mean, this is a ton of selling, and they have stacked the offer like juiced, like 100 plus lots a tick the whole way up to 52. So
Yeah. Just some ugly price action here in the afternoon, man.
Jim's losing faith. Jim's trying to not have to buy me dinner right now.
Okay. So Tracy says yes, that was starting the proceedings for the
Okay.
the Supreme Court. That makes sense.
Okay, we just tapped the previous week low. Try again. Why not? One more shot here.
Yeah, literally to the tick, and then a quick 4-point rip.
It was like they shook somebody.
Yep.
Somebody
Somebody was sitting there waiting for the
I was
last
asleep.
waiting for like hours to re-long the generational low of last week's low.
If we reject this though, this is not. It's not. I would be. Yeah, if we can't get back in here, if we leave this node, I will be on. Okay, maybe we sell down to VWAP camp, perhaps.
Where's the RTH view off at? I need to put it on my
like 31,
chart.
32, somewhere like that. It actually tells me exactly 31.31. If you want to get real weird about it.
I don't know why. I for some reason, like on every platform I'm like ever traded on right now, they're all missing. It's all the anchored and 24-hour for some reason for me. I don't know where my RTH ones went.
Oh, Shap says weekly VWAP. Okay, that makes that's a little more possible at 38.75.
Yes.
I'll give you that one.
It's also sitting right here at like 810s on NQ.
Yep.
Which also is there's just a big volume node right here. So yeah, very much possible.
Yep, NQ's going a little bit. Ain't that the truth about the truth?
I mean, ES kind of loses this. It's probably going to flush another 15 points. Not a lot of volume up here.
Let's see what this 44's guy's doing. There's some selling that's coming down right here. If you zoom in, you can see this little passive offer right here. Let's see what happens to him. Yeah, there's some. Yep, and he just turned into negative delta. Yeah, there's somebody getting filled right here doing something.
Oh.
Yeah, you see?
Mm-hmm.
That was interesting. So yeah, fun little delta observing moment there.
Looked interesting on time and sales too.
Yes, blinky, blinky, blinky. That's the other cool thing about time and sales. Like, even if you don't know how to read it, you should just put it on, and
when things flash.
Yeah, and you'd be like, oh, okay. Especially if you're lulling yourself to. Well, I don't know if any normal human should be staring at the screen while they're doing that.
Probably.
I'm just here to talk to Nick about fun stuff. But yeah, I mean, we've been staring at this same ridiculousness for 2 hours. And then you get some time and sales flashes. You're like, okay, cool. It'll snap you out of whatever you're zoned into. Hey, it's Pete. What's up, Pete? How are you, brother? Do you know Pete? Nick?
No, I don't. Hey,
He's
Pete.
from Texas.
Pete from Austin.
Pete from Austin, yeah. Oh, not you Christmas tree already? That's insane. Get out of here. We got to do Thanksgiving first.
Yeah, I'm not even looking at. We've got pumpkins and fall decor, and we will be that way basically until Thanksgiving Day when I go on the roof and start putting things on my house. Yes, the Bucky's hat is in fact a beaver, is their mascot.
Pete's a good guy. I kind of went on a tirade about being the people I've been around for a billion years, um and yeah, and Pete was one of those folks.
Nice.
So good to see you, Pete.
Is time and sales a paid add-on? It shouldn't be. I'm pretty sure just about every platform has that.
Yeah, we definitely have a free one. Okay, Jim, we can still get that. We can still get that 68. We're not out of the woods yet. It's pretty far though. It's 20 points. You think we can do 20 points in 20 minutes?
Maybe.
It
That'd be
sounds
pretty
like
crazy.
it sounds like a dare. It sounds like a drinking game.
Yeah, right. Just a classic hold my beer.
It's called Power Hour. You're gonna love it.
It's called buy market.
Yeah. It's doing the bid. We gotta get above 49 though. We left so many I'll just call them patriots that were buying this up there. We need to go bail them back out.
Or I also would be very happy if we just left them all, hung them out a lot to dry, and just left them up there for putting us in a range for that long. Like no one showing initiative to like force us to Jim's level in the 60s. So they also deserve to just be punched in the face and this
True.
flush another 20 points back down. The same thing is true the opposite.
Okay, fair enough.
But I guess that's the bearish bias that I always seem to slightly have 60% of the time.
You're not alone. I'm Harassis 2423 would also like it to puke.
Yes.
Man, I gotta try to get to a Bucky's.
Yes, you do.
This has been true for a while. I've known this. It's just like, yeah, there hasn't been one close enough.
There's not really one close to me, but I always pass them. Like if I go hunting or do other things where I'm kind of heading into the deep suburbs, like in Dallas proper, like there's none here. I got to drive at least like 30, 40 minutes in the opposite direction out of the city to hit one.
Okay.
But like I tend to pass one. Like so, I was going to my tattoo artist is up in a place up in a city called Denton.
I know Denton.
The University of North Texas is.
Yep.
So there's a Buc-ee's over there that I've always pass on the way. So decided one day when he texted me saying, "Hey, I'm running like 30 minutes behind," to just stop in and have a little fun because I was already like right in front of it.
I played some good shows there. It had a good scene.
It's a very it's funny like living in Dallas and in Texas in general, but then you go up there and it's like everyone was so nice and it was weird because I'm not as used to that down here, but then you go up to like some of the outskirts cities and it's like, oh yeah, people are very, very nice. Apparently Dallas doesn't get that level of service at times. So people are just very polite, very welcoming. Denton is amazing for that.
What band, man, dude? The best ever death metal band is also from Denton. I feel like I know that. All right, now we're throwing up.
Let's puke this back to the IB high. Only if Stowe gets stopped out.
I think you're getting it. I think you're getting the stop out. Yep, there it was. Violent.
I just want all of these people that decided to keep us in a 5-point range. I hope they are punished for it. I guess the sellers are equally as responsible because no one of them are showing initiative at last week's low to take us back into.
That was
the
a
range.
nasty stop run I took just then.
They did, and just immediately back up.
Yep.
Someone make a decision. There's been no decision making over the last 4 hours of this session.
Let's see. They didn't quite get 800 on that on NQ there.
Yeah, 803s.
Probably need to fill that guy.
Is there someone sitting at 800?
I mean, nothing.
No.
Not really. Nobody important. I don't know why I said it like that. No ridiculous size. It's just I like to I don't know. I got a round number thing with NQ. I'm like, go get the thing. Okay.
Yep.
When they don't do it, it makes my skin crawl a little bit, Nick.
100%. I am the same way.
Get me. Yeah, I can see 785 to fly here. That makes sense. I mean, now that we're dripping down off of this giant bunch of volume, we couldn't get back above 48. So now we're in this LVN down here. This is a ton of selling that they spent an hour and a half doing. It's all on sides. So I don't have anything else to do here. Yeah, I'm good.
NQ leaving all of this volume would be interesting too.
Yeah,
break 800s.
Quite a bit up there.
Yeah.
I mean, and they splashed 880, which was scene of the crime. So
yeah, that's literally where I could have short the same spot as yesterday.
Yeah, is that seller still up there? Yeah, maybe. Yep.
Well, let's see if they want to take it down to the IB high and where the gamma is.
End of day puke.
There's a lot of volume that may puke if we lose this spot.
Yeah.
Could be fun, but I'm also in the camp of nothing ever happens, apparently. So the cynic trader in me.
It's easy to get. It's pretty easy to get traded.
We've seen too much.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if this passive guy is going to hang on.
Whistleblower, have a good evening, sir.
Yep, still very heavy. Two minutes till Iago, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I feel, yeah, the algo hasn't really done. I mean, I know we're supposed to pay attention to it, but it doesn't really do the thing anymore. Hasn't in a long time.
Yeah, it hasn't been as chaotic and
I wonder
violent.
why.
I don't know.
It's
Maybe it
probably
doesn't-
just like observation stuff. It's
Yeah,
probably just like it's in my mind. It's still moving just as much as it always did, but probably
probably.
just more used to it now.
All right, can we break 38? Or is this the party over?
No, it's gonna break it for sure. Absolutely gonna break it. Oh wait, we got one tick below 39. This is monthly VWAP right here too.
Yeah.
This makes sense.
Oh, weekly and monthly, I guess, because we just started
Yeah.
November.
Yeah.
Attention traders, it's algo time.
All right, Kane.
Thanks,
Thank
Kane.
you.
See you in an hour,
Thank you, Mr.
Or-
Kane.
20 minutes. There it
Okay.
goes.
Okay. Quite violent. Okay.
Well, this is a weird spot to stop. At this point, go tag the IB high.
Yeah, well, Flight here called it 785. Dude's a good trader. He says, "Yay, I get to eat this week." It's always nice. Food's good. It's always nice to have food. You know, there's always ramen. You don't have to order Chipotle every night. You can eat ramen. I still eat ramen actually all the time.
They're going to push this all the way back up, really?
Nah.
And a delta flip, just fire on ES. Let's see. Someone puked 1,300 lots at 38 and a half.
Yes, they did. Maybe we're just gonna stick it here at 800 on NQ.
It wouldn't shock me. I'm very mad. I mean, come on, you're not gonna even attempt a touch lower than that? I wanted some violence.
Well, for all the offer that was stacked, now the bid's stacked. So this looks
Yeah.
like they're getting ready to close, doing their things where they just get everybody lined up and smash into each other. I guess we can close at the monthly VWAP. That's fine. Or weekly VWAP. It is only Wednesday.
God, it feels like I've run a marathon this week.
I agree.
If After Hours has all the fun again, you guys are going to hear me complain about it, as I did last night.
As we should. It is your right, sir. We get that. All right, we got those stops. Kind of testing this 785 guy now. See what he's got. This was a pretty decent spot before. Is that VWAP from that low? That's all the way down there at 23. Okay. I'm going to keep this VWAP from the low on for a while. Because that low was really good. Until it stops sloping, I'm keeping it on there, I decided.
Yeah, not a bad spot. This is just like still barely moving.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just dicking around this VWAP. Yeah, this single print here is still, I see somebody comment this ES is hanging out in an FVG. I'm sure that it's this 30-minute single print. So this is where it ends here at 32. Yeah, I think they're just doing the end of the day thing. Spent all day buying it. Let's sell it off.
Mm-hmm. Nobody's happy.
Nobody's happy. Okay. Got our double or nothing algo here in a second.
Someone said Nvidia's selling off.
Did they cancel one of their many AI partnerships?
I mean, you never know these days. They could also just announce another one. I did see
True.
something funny on X like that, where I think it was last night, but it was just so quick. Someone announced another AI partnership.
It works till it doesn't. Yeah, really selling.
All right. Well, at this point, you're 4 points away from the IB high. Just go tag it. Make me happy.
Yep, make Nick happy. Do it. Do it for the homies. There you go, Nick.
A little more. I just love when trades set up. Granted, this one took forever to manifest.
It's a piss missile down now.
Yeah, but you love when you leave volume nodes like that, and then it's like, okay, well, if this actually does break, it's going to break violently.
Yeah.
So we've seen that several times on Trade the Close, so it's good to see things like that play out. But this one, my goodness, took forever to manifest in ES.
Yeah.
Couple more points, 2.5 points. Let's do it.
Best I can do is RTH VWAP so far.
It might.
You're getting it. I believe 29.50. You're getting it.
If we do, it's going to wick and probably bounce because we're not going to probably pay all the. It's going to be just theta decay wins for all of our your TTEs that we're playing both sides of this chain.
Welcome back, Jim.
Hey, Jim.
Yo.
We did it.
Nice.
IB high. There it is.
There you go, buddy.
I have faith in trading again.
Did this make you feel good?
Yes. The entire time, I guess it would be 12:30 your time still.
Good.
Until basically 3:30, we were stuck in that 5-point range, and I was ready to just break my computer because there's no way to trade it.
Yeah, it was gnarly.
But a nice little liquidation.
Yeah. What a day. I mean, metals are all up. Gold's on not quite to 4,000. It's trying to get there though. Wants to get there. Bonds are in the gutter right now. Dollar strong. Interesting day. I mean, we're not done yet. I have a feeling about tomorrow is going to be pretty eventful also.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they're still pushing.
Yeah, it's funny because gold looks kind of similar on the chart, but it did not have that big break at the end of the day.
Yeah, gold. You know what's funny? I was kind of trying to trade gold today, but I'm kind of glad I didn't. I would have been just as frustrated with gold as I was with the S.
Yeah, especially after noon, after 12 o'clock today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, any event, great job, you guys.
Thank you, buddy.
As usual, appreciate you being here.
I had fun.
I'm glad. I had fun too. I was watching. I was listening to your life story on the job search thing.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it was. Yeah, wild times, man.
Fun
So
times.
I'll give you a
and I.
factoid. I have never applied for a job in my life.
Oh, cool.
Really?
That makes sense.
It's been one circumstance after another.
Cags rolls in, you just hand him the
Yeah,
gig.
I was gonna say you
Nope.
seem like that guy though, Jim. That's just like, they talk to you for 5 minutes. They're like, I want to work with this guy. Shake his hand. Those backroom kind of deals.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I see it.
Or it's like, this guy just will say yes to anything. Oh my God.
Hey, kid.
So what else we have? Nazi Russell 2000 up 1.5% today. Hang on a second. We got to look at that. It is having a little bit of soft at the end of the day, but nowhere near as acute as the other stack index futures.
Yep, here's the bell. Is there any earnings today? Is that
Uh,
happening?
Yes, I think there's someone in the semi names as well. I know we had AMD yesterday, but somebody
Okay.
is.
Somebody's partying.
Yeah.
I will
Oh
tell you
boy, they really did liquidate all those people. Thank goodness for that.
Yeah,
Yes, they did.
that was a huge move.
Well, now it's like, well, are the sellers back in control a little bit? And is Asia going to do Asia things and then make me very mad when I wake up and we're down 1% again? I don't know.
Well, we have Hood. Hood is coming up. DoorDash, that's an important one.
True.
Duolingo. You ever download the Duolingo app to learn a foreign language?
I have not.
I didn't know what it was until I started seeing people show short dated option plays on it. And then I'm like, okay, so this is clearly something that has gone up an absurd amount in a short amount of time that everyone's obsessed with. So
Duolingo?
other than that, I have not actually played around with it.
So they make it like a game, and it's where you get points and stuff, and it's
Yeah.
little widgets and stuff, and they're relentless. If you miss a session, they send you like 55 texts and emails, like
Really?
log in now. It's getting late at night. Learn your Italian.
Oh, it's
Anyway,
still going.
Yeah.
there must have been something happened. That's a pretty big sell-off there. Wow. It's at session VWAP right now, the E-mini S&P.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy, right?
Yeah. Bottom of the value area. Jacks 2. Below the pivot. In the initial balance. Huh. What a day. In any event, guys, thank you so much for doing this. It is
Sure.
time. Tomorrow is going to be another great session. We have our morning gap special guest tomorrow is Brent, aka the Black Lion. You gotta follow exactly that next. The guy's awesome. He's been around a long time, and he's very much a trader. So we're gonna have him on with me and Shai tomorrow morning, and then Farm is going to be here for Tape Talk. Trading the Open is Tanya Trades.
Oh, okay.
She is trading the Open tomorrow. There was some kind of substitution because of our friend who's overseas.
Yes. Yes.
Tanya's in, and by herself too, by the way. And then she's got the relief. We're calling the bullpen. We're calling the bullpen in. We got righty pitcher Stowe coming in. Are you righty?
Yes. Yep. Yep.
Stowe's coming
You
in at
guessed it.
11. Man, you're a busy guy. You're coming back also to trade the close tomorrow. You and Leo.
Yep. Double shift.
This is the hardest working man at Ninja Trader Live right here. You're seeing
It
him.
is. He is.
Oh man. In any event, awesome, you guys. Appreciate your time. You were great. Everybody, thank you for the thumbs up in the chat. Thank you for the subscriptions. Best chat community there is in the trading world. No question about it. Share socials. So tell your friends about us. We're free. Doesn't cost any money to come to the shows and be a part of the community and type in the chat and do whatever you want. So we greatly appreciate that. Even, the guy standing there at the hardware store in line waiting to check out. You never know. I've actually run into a couple prop trading firm people that live in my subdivision in
That's
nowhere,
crazy.
Johns Island.
That's awesome.
I know. Walking their dogs. Hey, what do you do for a living? Well, I work for Ninja Trader. Oh, I'm at XYZ Prop. I'm like, really? It is a small world. So in any event.
Yep. It is a very small world.
Unless you're Stowe and I, and then you just get the question, well, how's that podcast thing you guys are doing?
Well, we
I
went
love
to
it.
my wife and I went away, and there was a casino, and I was playing blackjack, and I mean, I'm still texting with the dealer. I got him signed up with Ninja Trader. He's got a demo account. He's practicing. So
Yeah,
yeah, it's pretty fun. It's a
it
it's
is
a cool
awesome.
world.
It is totally a pain in the tape, guys. How do I do it? Do I have to log in or something, or
No, no, you just go
I,
paintingthetape.net.
I just click on these things?
Yeah, I'll send you a link on Sunday. Plus, I'm gonna bug you for an interview soon, so
Yes,
we'll
Yeah.
get behind the
absolutely.
scenes with Kags.
I want to hear the legend
Is it
of
is
Jim.
it is it a video? Is it video or is it
No,
just
no,
talking?
no.
It'll be audio.
Oh,
Yeah, you
all
can
right. So I could
you don't
have
have
some
to dress up for
cocktails.
this.
I won't offend anybody.
Correct.
Anytime. I'd be happy to do it. In any event, thanks again, guys, everybody. Most important message again, as usual, please be safe out there, be good to each other, and we will see you tomorrow morning.
Sounds good. Thanks, Chad.
Thanks, y'all.